eigenlijk een bekertje komen.
Kan ik jou eens even laten zien wie de man is?
Precies. Good afternoon. Welcome on behalf of the board of the Foundation for Auditing Research. It is our 5th live annual academic conference, so it's a lustrum. And we celebrate that together with you, our first lustrum, not counting the 2 online conferences during COVID. Our conferences are meant to help realize the mission of our foundation, contributing to audit quality thanks to rigorous academic research. This can only be a success if we share our knowledge with an audience of not only academics, but also practitioners, the auditing profession, users of the audits, policymakers, regulators. This conference is one example. In order to fulfill its important societal role, the audit profession must offer quality, and society must trust that it does so. According to Professor Limperk's theory of inspired confidence, both of these conditions must be met in order for the external auditor to have a raison d'être. The primary role of the FAR is to increase our knowledge about what makes a good audit. During this conference, our researchers will share some of that knowledge with you. But we also see it as our responsibility to reach out to a more general audience and to society at large because of Limperk's second condition. The FAR has therefore taken the initiative to organize an annual roundtable, or I should say dîner pensant, in The Hague. That will be by invitation only, and we will have representatives from academia, politics, societal organizations, and opinion leaders. The theme of our first dîner pensant will be trust. We will have 2 keynote speeches, one by an auditing researcher, and we are very happy that Professor Anna Gold, she is here, has accepted our request to share her thoughts in November of this year at this first dîner pensant. We will also have somebody from outside the audit research and practitioner world, and as present, the president of the Dutch Court of Audit is trying to see whether he can fit it in with his agenda. With these dîner pensants, we hope to learn from and contribute to the general debate in society about the general function of the accountant auditor as confidential agent of the community. I started by saying that this conference is just one of the channels we use to share academic knowledge. On our website, you can find research papers, masterclass proceedings, practice notes, and podcasts. After years of seeding, harvesting season has begun. Our board is developing key performance indicators to keep track of the output generated by all involved. The researchers who develop ideas and carry out the analysis, the people at the auditing firms who deliver the necessary data and fill in questionnaires. And I would like to say a special thank you to the liaisons, whose activity as go-betweens cannot be overstated. And on 15th September of this year, there will be another important FAR event at Maastricht University. A mini conference followed by the inaugural address of Professor Jerry Francis. Jerry, please be welcome all. Handing out funding is much easier than making data available. We have experienced that over the past years. Initially, because a lot of legal hurdles had to be taken in order to be sure that the data remained confidential. Next, when it became clear that gathering the data within the firms took more time and effort than we believed at the start of the foundation. And finally, last year, when one of our teams discovered anomalies in the data. The latter seemed to take on values that were highly unlikely. It turned out that this was due to an error during one of the processes that we use to transform the data in such a way that researchers cannot know to which company they refer. What went wrong? As you know, Europeans and Americans differ in an important respect when it comes to numbers. Where we use a dot, they use a comma, and vice versa. In the transformation process of some of the data, commas were used where there should have been dots, and the other way around. The problem has been resolved within months, fortunately, but of course, delays in research output were unavoidable. But on the bright side, this implies that in the near future, output will be peaking. I would like to thank everyone involved in resolving the problem and would like to mention specifically our Director of Operations, Janine Lemstra. Janine, thank you. We also had some highs last year. Our government appointed our Managing Board member, Olaf Bik, as member of the Commissie Eindtermen Accountantsopleiding. Not only is this a confirmation of Olaf's quality, it also implies that Olaf can have an impact on what students need to know if they are to be an auditor. Our academic board member from across the ocean, Robert Neckel, he won't be here at the conference, not live, but I guess he's following us online, has been named to the PCAOB Standards and Emerging Issues Advisory Group. Another big honor. Over the last year, we have said goodbye to some of our board members and welcomed their successors. You can see our composition as of today here, and I guess I now have to. So you know which faces are around our board members. Enough about us. Now about you. Who are you? We always make a pie chart of the composition of our audience. And at the start I said we want to reach out not only to academics but to practitioners, regulators and others. And you see here the composition of today's conference. And we are very proud of it, I must say. Let's get started. I now give the floor to our Managing Director, Olaf Bik, who will guide you through the program these days, but not before thanking our incredible staff, which behind the scenes make this event possible. Thank you.
Am I muted? Okay. I won't touch the buttons anymore. No, not those buttons, right? Okay, so let me echo Henriette's warm words of welcome. Welcome to this physical conference, also on behalf of my co-conspirator, Jan Bouwens, here in front. We're looking forward to it very much. And we purposefully selected today and tomorrow because today and tomorrow are the longest days of the year, right? But more importantly, it's the shortest night of the year. So I'm looking forward to the barbecue and the drinks, and I'm sure that security will throw us out at some hour, but let's see if we can make it from dusk till dawn, right? So, okay. So this is our lustrum, and that's puzzling. It's our 7th conference, but there were 2 online conferences. So is this our 5th physical conference? Yes. Is this our lustrum? Not sure, because we are 7 years of age, so to say. So talking about numbers, I was just afraid that with so many auditors in the audience, look at 45% practitioners, and also in the regulators, I'm sure there are auditors, I'm just so glad that we don't need that number to be audited, right? Is it 7 years? Is it 5 years? I guess it's our 5th physical conference. And Auke, is that correct? Would you sign that as an auditor? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. So back to today. I would like to introduce this conference through, and also looking back to our 7 years of existence through the 3 objectives of the Foundation for Auditing Research. And the first objective is research, the second objective is contributing to community building, and the third objective is knowledge dissemination. Of course, that's where we are here for today. But first, research. The objective of FAR is to do academic research into the drivers of good audit quality. And where we started with 6 projects in 2016, we now have about 30 projects going on. Sorry, 25 projects going on. Talking about numbers, guys. 25 projects going on with almost 30 universities involved. And we do that in different areas. We have literature syntheses, we have empirical projects, we have PhD programs. Some of them are here. We have, of course, our FAR Audit Research Chair. And most recently, we have introduced a thematic research program. And a thematic research program are research questions that cannot be fit into one project. So it's a multi-year theme that needs to be developed in close collaboration with FAR and the firms involved. And Dennis Veldrop of Groningen University has received his first thematic grant on a project on the governance triangle and audit quality. So how the interaction between the auditor, audit committee, and management interacts to drive audit quality. And I'm mentioning that because that underlines the development of FAR's research agenda. Because in the first years, we most of all looked to ourselves, to the auditing profession, so to say, because we were there for apparent reasons. We were established as part of the improvement plan of 2014. Things needed to improve, once said, and we had research projects looking to the auditing profession. The Veldrop project is illustrating that we are moving to the entire corporate reporting and assurance supply chain, because it's not only auditors that play a big role in reliable corporate reporting, but it's also management, it's audit committee. And I guess the next step in that development, Hanzo, is of course the external supervision. We do not dare to touch that yet, right? But that's probably the next step, and that's why we are also happy that Hanzo is here. I will introduce him in 15 minutes or so. But, and Henriette alluded to this, firms, our 9 FAR-affiliated firms, of course, they show off with FAR. The 30 universities involved with FAR research, they show off with FAR. But behind the scenes are these, guys and girls, these heroes, these FAR liaisons, and Henriette mentioned them, but that was kind of modest, right? We thank the FAR liaisons, but we need to thank the firms, the FAR liaisons, Center Data, guys. Where are you guys? Where are you sitting? Here, there they are. The Center Data is our trusted third party that deals with this, with our data management, and this is quite complex. So without these guys and girls, FAR research would not be possible. And that's why I would like to ask for a warm round of applause for our heroes behind the scenes. That was okay. Our second objective is contributing to building the audit research community. Because when we started, we had auditing researchers, of course, famous ones. But the number of questions that the profession can ask is so much larger than the research projects that the Dutch audit research community could absorb, yes, that's right. So that's why we are very happy that we enlarged the research community. We have now 30 universities involved in FAR research. These are some of the greatest universities globally, and we have audit researchers from abroad coming now to the Netherlands, working with the profession a couple of times a year that haven't been to the Netherlands before. And I think that's a great achievement. We now have 12 current PhD students and 5 PhDs delivered through FAR research. And of course, we can put a spotlight on the great scholars, but I want to put the spotlights on our PhD students, because these are the guys and girls that form the future generation. So sometimes when you ask me, what's the future of FAR? And then I say, well, I would wish FAR to not exist anymore, not to be needed anymore in 10 years. Of course, Henriette doesn't allow me to say that, but sometimes I think that, because audit researchers and practitioners know to find each other increasingly. So our future PhD students, they embody the objectives of FAR, because they are doing research, they are building the community, and they are disseminating knowledge. And these are the people that you work with, like in 10, 20, 30, 40 years' time. So those are the future generations. So I would like to, well, we have our PhD students here. Guys, do you mind standing up? For our PhD students, Lena, Paul, Chibbe, James. James, he just graduated. Yes, a warm round of applause. Jonas, Iver. Watch these guys and girls, because these are our future auditing researchers, and I'm proud we have them. So, our third objective is, of course, knowledge dissemination, and I'm going to be a bit tough here, right? So, knowledge dissemination is, of course, about sharing our academic insights, our research, in such a way that practice can understand it. So that's why Ferry Timp also today is here to draw these kind of pictures, and this is of last year's conference, to tell it, well, like everybody can understand it. But is that really necessary, right? Knowledge dissemination is, of course, about understanding each other, and when we started 5 years ago, in this very room, it was like a social experiment. It was 2 days with practitioners and academics in one room. Oof. And I know that some of us were there. It didn't go that well. The bullshit word fell. We didn't understand each other. But now 5 years later, 7 years later, I think we achieved some. And I know that still there are people thinking we will never achieve real communication between academia and practice. But I want to stimulate you to make a real effort. I know that academics are not used to telling it in plain English and write these lengthy papers, and that research takes a long time, and that's why you practitioners hate it, because you want answers tomorrow for problems today and exactly how to solve that. Well, that's not what research can do, right, Jan? That's not what the research can do. Research can provide insights into practice development, into policy development. That's what we're here to do. But at the same time, you can push these researchers to tell it in plain English, and you are all academically educated, right? So you are used to reading those papers. Right? So why don't you read those papers? And I stimulate you to do so. So in our last objective, knowledge dissemination, I would like to welcome you to really put in the effort today and tomorrow to communicate effectively and to try to understand each other. And we have prepped our presenters, our academics, to to tell it in plain English. If you don't understand it, just say so, right? There are no stupid questions. The only thing that can be is that academics fail to explain it in such a language that you can use it in practice. So let's put in the effort, and that's why I want to ask for a warm round of applause for practitioners and academics, right? To put in the effort. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. And I remember the speech of Steve Soterio a couple of years ago. Oh, that was painful, right? You can watch that back as well. So now let's go to the conference itself. No, I don't have I have the program book here. So we have 2 days on the theme of inside out and outside in. And that is also illustrated by one of the projects that I illustrated before. We want to look today and tomorrow into the organization of the audit. And the organization of the audit in terms of how that is done by the firms, by audit teams, but also what the influence is of external factors on the organization of the audit. And we do that through a number of speakers and panels. And the setup in that sense is simple. We have a keynote today, and we have a keynote tomorrow. We have a panel today, and we have a panel tomorrow. And we have 5 FAR researchers presenting their research to you. And I stimulate you and invite you to actively, proactively participate and ask questions to them. So the setup is generally a speech. With the academics, it's a discussant. And then always followed by Q&A. I will try to keep time. No, I will not try. I will keep time. So if you want to ask a question, make sure you do so in time, right? Of course, you can do that over drinks and during the breaks. We have breaks. And also there, I will try to keep time, right? So that's about the program. We have, again, this barbecue with a very short night, dusk till dawn. So we invite you there. Anything else on the program I'm forgetting? Oh, yes, of course. There's the shuttle service to the Van der Valk. If you haven't registered yet, please do so. And we have a live stream, which is recorded. We have Luc somewhere. Luc? Online. He's online. Thank you, Hans, for saving me. Hello, Luc. Luc is watching and he will write a report. We have Ferry, who will make drawings like these fabulous ones. And Anne, by the way, knows how fabulous it is because she received this picture in a framed, and it's in your office, right? Oh, I won't, okay. It's somewhere. It's somewhere. And we have the photographer. So you are being watched, right? You're being taped. Big Brother is watching you. I can't help it. It's for our own good. But please, 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 please don't feel limited on that. Just ignore, and the video guy, by the way. Thank you very much for being here. Ignore them. Just ask your questions. We won't hold it against you. In our reports, we won't name you by name. Right, Jan? We will remember, but we won't name you by name, right? Exactly. So please proactively participate by asking questions, making comments, and participating in knowledge exchange. And we are in the capable hands of Alexandra there. If you have any really difficult question, go to Alexandra. And Esther, where's Esther? Outside, okay. So in the capable hands of Alexandra and Esther. So thank you for that. So any remarks at this moment, any complaints, any moments of despair, any...
One comment.
Please, Jan.
So yesterday I had a discussion on LinkedIn about the split between advisory and audit. Right?
You're already starting now?
Yes, I do. And there was this guy, well, I just want to open, we want to be as open as possible, right? And this guy was just saying, well, why wait for research to actually answer that question, whether it's good or not, to have this split? So just do it, right? We don't have to wait for academic research. Of course, you know, I did say, well, you know, I did send you quite a lot of research actually that's already been done on that, right? So, you know, but just, we are not there yet. So there's still people in the community, also practitioners, and this was a practitioner philosopher, he said, who just said, well, no, you know, just do it. Don't wait for academic research. So there's still something to be done.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Hans.
Wait for the mic.
Oh yeah, you have to speak into the mic, otherwise Luke can't hear you.
Why wait until the practitioners of the academics, but leave it open to the politicians?
The research is there, so people don't have to say, well, why wait for
So
research?
there is,
It's already there. That's
It's a big answer, and we know who said it. Yeah, thanks.
Throw the mic. Great. No, not to me. I'm ball blind, so I cannot catch. So anyway, I would say let's go. Welcome to the 5th live and the 7th conference of our lustrum, 7th anniversary, 5th anniversary, I don't know. I don't care. Let's go. So I'm going to introduce our first speaker of today, and I'm very proud that we have Hanzo van Beuzekom as our keynote of today. And Hanzo, before you stand up, I would like to introduce you by saying that Hanzo is one of the board members of the Authority of the Financial Markets, AFM. And since 2018, and he's just recently, June 1, been appointed for his 2nd term. So you must do a good job.
Otherwise snoring. That's the other.
Oh, okay. Well, Hanzo is responsible also for the supervision, external supervision on the auditing profession. And under his leadership, he has redesigned the supervision and expanded to also include about 260
Yep, that's right.
non-PI audit firms next to the 6 PI firms, right? So you must also be a busy man.
I've been to Urk recently, to Krimpen aan de IJssel, Woerden, and many other places many people don't go. It was great fun.
Wow. Well, she's from Woerden. You must be a big... So, Hanzo will speak about AFM's strategy and vision on audit supervision, and he will focus on the fraud perspective. And you may know that FAR is also involved in fraud research. I know Mark Peacher is doing fraud experimental research, but we are also now involved in research on root cause analysis of fraud factors or frauds being detected and undetected by auditors. And that's a new project going on. We're honored to have you, Hanzo, and you will speak for about 20 minutes.
Yep.
And then we will have 10 minutes Q&A. So better make sure you use that time to ask you the difficult questions, because as announced, the next step in FAR's audit research strategy would be to expand our horizon, not only to the auditor and the audit client, but also to the supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olaf. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you so much for the kind introduction, Olaf, and thanks very much for the invitation. It's great to be here. Great to be at Nijrode, specifically at FAR. There's been long-standing ties between the AFM and the academics, specifically at Nijrode. Barbara Major is now an executive board member here. Used to be part of the accountancy department as well. There are many other ties. So if you ever look for a research topic, ring our doorbell. It's much appreciated. Congratulations on your first lustrum. Whether it's 5 or whether it's 7, I think it's a brilliant illustration, Olaf, of the difficulty of the audit profession. How do you determine whether it's 5 or 7, and do we settle on 6? It's a good question. You also raised interesting topics. I'm most probably, maybe in the questions and answers, I'm not going to address, at least not in the speech, which is about the separation between audit and advice. I heard some discussions also about the quality of audits. I could discuss at length that as with you as well. It would be great fun to do it at some other time. But for now, I would like to focus on fraud, the interesting topic of fraud. And I don't want to be a fraudster myself, and I don't want to be greenwashing you or blue washing. So I have a confession to make, which I already whispered to Henriette, which is, I'm not an accountant. And which is great fun, because when I'm traveling internationally, they very often introduce me as the chief accountant of the Netherlands. And then I always have to say, I'm not an accountant. And so you can invite me back at some other point in time, and then we'll discuss whether the chief accountancy regulator cannot be an accountant, or it's okay for him or her not to be an accountant. My position will be yes. But your position may be anything you like. You can happy to discuss. There are a few topics which relate so closely to my heart and to my work at the AFM as the one I'd like to focus on today. It's the firm's approach to fraud and fraud risks at audited companies. I think this is of paramount importance. Because fraud, as we all know, it is a broad social issue and can have serious impact. Fraud can cause sizable losses for investors, loss of jobs, and can cause serious harm to confidence in the financial system as well. We all know the cases. We all know the long line of cases. I won't torture you. I won't repeat them at this point in time. And while the responsibility for fighting and preventing fraud lies primarily with the audited company, identifying and following up on fraud and fraud risk is a vital responsibility for auditors, for you in this room. As gatekeepers, you have a duty to serve and protect the public interest. That should be your paramount duty. Admittedly, this task is becoming more and more difficult. I'll give you that. The problem of fraud is expected to become even more widespread. Due to developments like sustainability, I already mentioned greenwashing, technological developments, and the digitization makes it more difficult, but also more possible to detect fraud. And the internationalization of business. And so business is now primarily global, which makes it more difficult to protect and to detect fraud. So it's a tough job then that you have for any auditor. And this is not even taking into account any other internal or external, to stay close to the theme, thresholds an auditor faces when coming across possible fraud. Now think for a second about such an auditor. A junior auditor in this case. She may be in this picture. During the audit, she's encountered an invoice that raises some alarm bells. It's for a large, round amount. It has a vague, circumspect description, something like 4 services delivered, and it's to a private person with a foreign bank account. Now, this junior auditor is new at the firm, just out of school, highly critical, very aware of her important societal gatekeeping role. And furthermore, she finds this very exciting. A possible fraud case, corruption maybe, or evidence of a bribe. Naturally, she mentions her finding to her fellow, perhaps more experienced team members. And to her big surprise, they're not as excited as she is. They think she's overreacting. They tell her they've been auditing the company for years, and they can surely be trusted. Some simply tell her to forget it. Just get it over with. They're busy enough as it is. Their audit report is due in 2 weeks, and they don't have the time to do the extra research. Still, she goes one level up to her team lead to address the issue. He's also not very excited. He can already picture the hassle this would cause. As team lead, he would have to approach the client, a trusted, long-standing client, and start asking some rather difficult questions which are uncomfortable. He really doesn't want that confrontation. Also, the audit report is due shortly. What if we cannot finish it in time? Especially when they do investigate, but her suspicion proves unfounded. The company will be quite mad, and quite rightly so. Investors will start asking questions about why there's no auditor's report in time. And what repercussions will it have for the firm? Will we lose the client? And what if there is fraud, but we're accused of not detecting it sooner? In previous years, when it was already there. Our team lead is feeling the pressure. Eventually, he asks a junior auditor to forget about the invoice, select another one, and include it in the file. You might think I'm exaggerating. You might think this is rather unkind of me to put this into you at this festive lustrum. But it is what we find in our work as regulators and supervisors. These type of things happen. So I thought it was okay to post you the picture. And you can keep on thinking what you would do when she would come to your desk sooner or later, because she will come. She will come. So if this is the dilemma I just posed to you, if this is the difficult problem we all are tasked with, what do we expect from we as the AFM, from regulators? What do we expect, pardon me, from auditors? What do we expect from you? Well, it's quite simple. You can look it up on the web. We recently published a paper which sets out our position. And the summary is quite simple. Identifying and following up on fraud and fraud risk in the statutory audit of audited companies is a vital responsibility of the statutory auditor. The auditor serves the public interest. I thought this was so mind-bogglingly self-evident that I nearly had stricken it from the report. Who could be against this? But every time I post it somewhere, I have like 15 people on LinkedIn, which are contradicting me. So as long as there are at least one or two contradicting me, I will repeat posting it. But please excuse me for stating the rather obvious. The second one is slightly more contentious. Although there is no objectified picture, which means that we didn't have done the hard research, but luckily there's 53% researchers in the room, so you can do this. The audit sector as a whole seems to be insufficiently developed in detecting and following up on fraud risk. So we're saying you're under-investing, you need to invest more. We're not alone in this statement. The Dutch professional body for auditors, the MBA, they recently published an insightful report along similar lines. They're basically saying the same stuff, but just in an MBA type wording. We very much welcome their contribution. So why have we come to this conclusion? Why are we thinking this? For 3 reasons, and I'll walk you through it rather quickly. One, so why is there underinvestment? One, the knowledge, the competence, and the expertise are not always sufficiently available. Specific bottlenecks include the inadequate fraud risk analysis, the insufficient knowledge of the client, the sector, and the environment the client operates in, and a lack of experience with fraud cases. And so that's one reason why we see underinvestment. The second reason is the auditor's role perception at the LinkedIn debates we are having. The attitude, the mindset that may be inadequate when it comes to the detection of fraud and fraud risk. You need to want to see it to be able to see it, because fraud is hiding. In general, the auditor's default position is to trust the company, rather than what we would propose, a healthy level, sometimes of some distrust. Do not always trust on the blue or the brown eyes. And auditors may be inattentive to signs of bad behavior. Confirmation bias may come into play. The auditor unconsciously looks for confirmation of what he or she expects. And we were both having dinner with Max Bezelman. He can tell quite a bit more about this. The internal culture at audit firms may be an impediment. That's rather polite to say. The internal hierarchy may not always be helpful to fraud signals. Specific bottlenecks here include internal disincentives like time pressure, capacity, a tendency to try to minimize cases, a lack of a safe space to address possible fraud, and compliance pressure. In short, we expect auditors to better fulfill their gatekeeping role with regard to fraud and fraud risks. And at the AFM, at our place, we will make this a key theme in our activities in the coming years when it comes to our supervision of audit firms. This is sort of our way of saying, be careful, we're coming. And so you can take note. So what can you do? How can you improve? It's all great and dandy to say, look, there's an issue here and you need to get to work. But it would be rather nice if we could also play a role in explaining to you how things can be better. Because that's the million-dollar questions. How do auditors and audit firms translate this crucial responsibility into their daily professional activities? Clearly that's not easy, and it makes for a challenging journey. So let me elaborate that in 3 points again. Here you see them. First of all, it's important that the audit sector applies a broad perspective, not a narrow one, and means a broad gatekeeping role. Not only focus on fraudulent financial reporting, but also focus on risks such as corruption, tax evasion, and money laundering. Yes, that is a long list. Yes, it's difficult, and yes, it's part of your duty. That broad role does justice to the enhanced public expectations and to the fact that the issue of fraud will extend to a wide range of areas in the future. Clearly, this requires a lot from auditors in terms of knowledge, of skills, and diversified teams. Allow me to make a comparison with my own profession as regulators or supervisors. We have traveled quite a similar route. In the old days, when I joined the AFM over 20 years ago, a supervisor was either an economist, a lawyer, or an auditor, period. We had three diverse tastes only. Then came the financial crisis in 2008. It revealed serious weaknesses within the regulatory and supervisory profession, within my profession, and it was rather painful. The IMF made a brilliant paper which discussed this quite. Regulators should learn to say no, is it called, if you want to Google it. And the key conclusion was the supervisor, which is us in this case, did not adapt to the changing environment. And supervisors did not focus on the risks building outside the regular areas of focus. Ha! Do you see the parallel? Be careful of what's happening just outside your parameter. Just don't look only within your parameter. Whether it's cost 240, 250, 315, maybe you want to expand the boundary a little bit. The message was clear. We needed to broaden our scope as regulators and look beyond our safe and standard parameters. This considerably changed our profession. It's a different profession now. I left the profession for 8 years, came back, and it's a completely different profession. Corresponding to our broadened role, we are now more than economists, lawyers, and auditors. We are also data scientists, we are also behavioral scientists, and we are also psychologists. And this has enriched and strengthened our profession as regulators and supervisors. The audit sector and audit firms should accept their broad gatekeeping role and act accordingly and go on a similar journey. Second, audit firms need to invest in hard skills, in knowledge, in competence, in expertise. This means improve the quality of fraud risk analysis, apply data, create detailed knowledge of your client, their sector and their environment, as well as more awareness of behavioral and cultural signals within the audited companies. But also acquire more in-depth knowledge of regulations and standards with regards to fraud. The number of discussions I get in on rather basic aspects of that on LinkedIn is quite surprising. And equally important, make sure audit teams contain sufficient diverse experience, including forensic auditing. We're not pushing everything should be done by forensic, but you should at least have access to him or her. Third, audit firms also need to invest in soft skills. Auditors need to improve on their role perception, their attitude and mindset. Remember the root causes I lined out when it comes to the detection of fraud. This entails, among other things, the issue of confirmation bias. A tendency to overestimate your own abilities can also play a part. We're all humans. I know my clients, I am bound to notice fraud, is an answer I hear once too often in investigations. However, targeted fraud detection and follow-up requires an attitude and mindset on the auditor's part that is fundamentally different. There are ways to improve that. People have thought about this. This might include the creation of more debate and checks and balances in the audit in case of fraud signals. There could be increased attention for contraindications and contradictory audit information, a specification of risks, in particular with regard to management override of controls. Where can company management commit fraud? That should be a paramount question in all of your minds. And there could be an even greater emphasis on quality control reviews within audit firms. Now, such behavioral challenges are not unique to auditors. In fact, supervisors, once again, have also been known to have their fair share of biases, faults, mistakes, and terrible failures. Over the years, there has been ample academic and, unfortunately, practical evidence that supervisors are indeed human beings and therefore make mistakes. We're prone to confirmation, anchoring, overconfidence, and availability biases ourselves. So what do we do? What do we do? To this end, the AFM has developed and implemented various de-biasing strategies. To name just one, yes, we do have a formal contradiction team, and tegenspraak team. This is a group of people outside the investigation team who engage with colleagues on difficult cases, ask tough questions, and pose challenging hypotheticals. What if you're wrong? What needs to be true to make this true? The aim is to prevent tunnel vision and to make sure that every consideration, opinion, and dilemma is adequately addressed. Despite having them internally, we can't have them externally, unfortunately, with colleagues, these sessions are usually not fun talks. They can be quite painful, but that's what they're supposed to do. That's what they're meant to do. Ideally, the structure of the audit sector and individual audit firms should be such that it gives a positive impetus to detecting and addressing fraud risk. So that's another point I'd like to make. So apart from these three things, you have to understand that you're operating in a structure which doesn't always make it easy to detect fraud. For instance, the auditor is being paid by the entity he or she is auditing. This entails the risk that the auditor will operate too much on autopilot, and that the financial and personal relationship with the company makes it inherently more difficult to discuss fraud signals. There are currently various trials underway with alternative structure models. This includes the intermediary model, where an expert third party, the intermediary, is directly involved in selecting and monitoring the auditor. This would contribute to the independence of the auditor with regard to the audited company. But as long as we are in the same structure, we will need to make sure that we keep these 3 points as safeguards. Take on a broad role, invest in hard skills, and invest in soft skills. Next to that, there should be strong and independent countervailing powers within the audit firms themselves, such as the supervisory committee and the internal quality system. These remain of utmost importance to ensure that the public interest is placed above the client interest. With these 3 points, we believe that the auditors and the audit firms can improve their gatekeeping role with regard to fraud and fraud risk. So, how can we better help the auditors to fulfill their gatekeeping role? We are here at an auditing conference, but also at a research conference. So therefore, we would like to propose some avenues for research, now that we're here anyways. Here we go. 1. A recurring question we get is, what is the target on the horizon? When will the regulator be happy? When will society be happy? What is the long-term aim, and when will the audit sector and the AFM be satisfied? In other words, what does good fraud detection look like if you're so unhappy with the current state? Well, this may be impossible to answer in any definitive form, but it's useful to develop some key fraud metrics. That could be one area for research that allows us to discuss this matter with a certain degree of objectivity, so Jan and I don't have to get into tedious LinkedIn discussions anymore. Now, metrics are of course inherently flawed. Think of the number of frauds that are reported. Is a high number a good sign? Is a low number a good sign? It's quite difficult to answer. But we are looking forward to your answers within the auditing research to those and similar types of questions. 2. A second research question lies in the behavioral field. What can be effective debiasing strategies within audit firms? As long as we're stuck in this system where audit and advice is relatively closely combined, we should definitely know what are better debiasing strategies. How can you create adequate countervailing powers within an audit firm or an engagement team? And 3, a third avenue for research. In the Netherlands, there's a lot of discussion about transparency. This is being recorded, rather transparent. What should auditors report on fraud risks? Should they report their activities or their findings? Yes, we have a position, but I would be very much interested in research on this topic. What would be the effect on the quality of fraud risk analysis by auditors if they had to report on the findings in their audit statements? What do we expect to happen? These and surely other lines of research would help the audit sector and the audit firms in their approach to fraud and fraud risks. And it would give us, as supervisor, an even greater understanding of the challenges in dealing with the issue. So let me come to a close. You see the same lady here. And this might be a good point to close on. We have different responsibilities. I as a regulator, you as auditors or researchers. We all contribute, and we all have to contribute to the combating of fraud. It's such an important issue, we need to have to do our utmost. As supervisors, we are committed to promoting fair and transparent financial markets, and fraud is, by definition, unfair and non-transparent. It's a significant social issue, which is expected to get worse, and potentially disastrous to many people, as well as to the integrity of our financial system. It's therefore incredibly important to deal with it appropriately. We have to do better. For us, this is a key issue, and it should be one for the auditing sector as well. There haven't been many large accounting scandals recently, There have been quite a few abroad, but we have to keep our eye on the ball, and we have to up our game. So now is the time for audit firms to invest time and energy in an effective approach. After all, it's better to prevent a fire than have to put one out. To close, think of the junior auditor again. Instead of working in a system which works against her, she should be able to access proper tools, to be able to speak openly about her suspicions. Instead of succumbing to the tunnel vision and biases, she should be challenged to look at it, to look at her case from all possible directions. Instead of having to find a different invoice, she should get the help and support to investigate properly. So my question to you is, what will you do when she turns up at your desk? Because she will. Thank you very much. Okay.
So we have time for questions. So
Yeah.
who wants to be the first to ask a question? Henriette? Oh, okay.
Got a question box. Thank you, Mr. Van Buizenkom, for your plea and yet increased attention for fraud. But repeatedly, more attention has been asked for fraud risks already, and it has led to almost predetermined significant fraud risks in audit programs, like management override and completeness of revenues. It's if you have an audit, then those two are identified as fraud risks as significant. What is your opinion on this effect of the all increased attention for fraud? And the second is, how do we prevent this rigid checklist approach to contingent fraud risk situations?
Yeah. On your first point, I agree that there are good steps have been taken. And so you see with the measures you mentioned that the attention for fraud has increased over the last couple of years, and I think this is a good development. So I'm not here to tell you that nothing's been done. You see the MBA moving their position, you see large firms moving their position, and so we are indeed moving in the right direction. It's just such a large issue that I'm worried. I'm worried that it's too little and too late. And so many people are still pulling on the other side of the boat and not willing to move, that every time I have the opportunity, I sort of want to make the point, guys and girls, as Olaf said, be careful, this is coming to get you. I worry about the fact that maybe in 2, 3, 4, 5 years' time, when the economy has turned again, that we look back and say we haven't done enough on this, and that we have underinvested in it. But I agree to your point, yes, it has more attention than it had maybe 5 or 10 years ago. It's great that this is now mandatory as an audit part. And to your second point, that's a worrying development. And I think your point is, be careful. You're pushing for more attention for fraud, but what you get is more boilerplate answers. You're more polite than I stated now. But to put it bluntly, if you push hard, the only thing you will get is boilerplate answers. Look, I looked at this, I looked at that, and now we're over to the next issue. We are fiercely advocating to go the content route. And we not only say that you have done something, but what you have done. And so as much as you can see, as you can show and tell of the types of findings you have, and yes, I know there are dilemmas pushing back around the fact that you have client confidentiality and you maybe have the risk of litigation, and there's hurdles we need to tackle. But we need to make this material and tell people what you've seen and why you've seen it. It all comes back to the first rule, and the first rule is you do this in the public interest. The public is not interested that you looked at fraud. The public is interested in what you found, and you're working for the public. That will be my answer to your 2 points.
Yes, thank you, Hanso, for your presentation. Very happy that you are here and presented. You said the profession should invest in, for instance, soft skills, debiasing, etc. Now, with having Olaf on the committee for the eindtermen accountantsopleiding, I was wondering, you are not an accountant, I'm not an accountant, so we don't know the curriculum for accountants. My guess is they don't get a lot of this stuff during their studies. what do you say
Should we
to
do something?
Olaf and to the Eindterm committee?
The answer to is first get your facts straight. So both of us don't really know. So before, so there should be more. We should first ask Olaf, how are you doing in the current curriculum? I've looked at it from a distance, and I see the accountancy curriculum moving in the right direction. There is a wider range of topics. There is more attention for soft skills now than it was 5 or 10 years ago. I've seen the discussion about ethics in the accountancy curriculum come back in it, which I think is tremendously important. I of course am a staunch fan of busy season, which in a way is also part of the accountancy curriculum. If you're not watching it, you should, or not listening, you should listen. And so there is green shoots, as Barack Obama would say. I see green shoots of movement, but if you can open the window a bit further, that would be much appreciated. The good news is I gave you a warning type speech, which comes from my heart, but I can also give you a green shoots type of speech, which is there are great things happening in the accounting profession. I just mentioned a few, but also at the same time, your profession is becoming even more interesting. And so my profession, sorry to say so, about 20 years ago, 15 years, it was rather dull, and with just the lawyers and the economists and sometimes an accountant. And now we have a much broader range of people and skill sets on board, and we tackle a much broader range of problems, and it's much more interesting. You will have the same with everything around the environment which is coming your way, which needs to be audited, with the ESG ratings which need to be audited, with the entire field of psychology, which is close to your heart, which is now becoming part of accountancy. Who would have thought that 10 years ago, that the accounting profession has a dire need to come with more psychologists? It's going to be great fun. Here, there you have my green. Even more fun.
Yes, thank you, Hanzo. I think 2 questions, if I may. No?
Well, Anna has a second question, and then I'm coming with you.
All right, so let me then, from my role, so okay, I'll stick to my own subject then. You've mentioned the companies, the auditors, their behavior, how they execute. Is there anything in the sense of the standards that are currently being applied, well, 240 specific, that needs to be amended, or where you think further progress can be made?
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm so happy that I admitted that I'm not an accountant, but yes, so I could sort of pass on this one, but I won't. We've watched the debate between 240 and 250 rather closely, and we at one time, here's a scoop for you. We at one point in time had a version of the report which said, okay, we need to amend 240 and 250 to end this debate. What should you look only at fraud risk or take a broader perspective? And so it could be done. It could be done to clarify how broad you should define the fraud standard. Specifically because the debate on accountant.nl and LinkedIn is sort of in repeat mode. But when we looked at it for a second time, so actually it is rather clear. It's rather clear. We find enough support in the current standards to say that you should take a broad role in fraud. So that's what we took in the end, and said, okay, let's not push for a new standard, because if we say you need to push for a new standard, you sort of fire the people who say, it's not clear, I should take a small, narrow perspective, because the regulator is asking for a remake of the standard. No, yeah, could be done. It helps. But it's not crucial. What's crucial is that it's already there. If you just read, it's already there. So that will be our informal position.
Okay, maybe you can debate further. And for those of you who don't know, Edo is on the International Audit and Assurance Standards Board, so that explains his question.
Yeah, but it would be helpful.
Well, does he have homework to do or not? I don't know. So
yeah, it's a maybe.
Last question for this session with Anna Gold.
Yes, thank you very much. Very insightful speech. I was wondering, and I would like to get back to your example about the staff auditor that wants to thinks there is something going on, that she wants to raise an issue. I found it noteworthy that most of the barriers that you discussed were at the individual level, and biases and behavior. Yep. Where I think what this relates to is much more at the systemic level, speaking to incentives, pressures, So what are your recommendations to the audit firms to counter these, given the structure we're in? Because, of course, we can talk about totally restructuring everything and not letting the client pay anymore. But given the structure we're in,
Agree.
What can firms do about this?
Yeah, so it's a great point. We could have sort of structured this speech around the other way around, saying, look, there are structural impediments. I mentioned them sort of in a by note. There are structural impediments which make it difficult to do the right thing, to put it in plain English. And it's the combination of in some ways, the combination of advice and audit, but it's also the commercial incentives you have because being paid by the auditee, which tries to minimize fees and therefore putting pressure on the amount of time you can spend on researching things which are iffy and maybe and could lead to fraud. And so this is tremendously difficult. First off, that's why I'm always, every speech I start and end with the public value, and you're here to serve the public interest. So keep that in mind and make sure that it sort of permeates through the structure, that at the end of the day, you're not here for the client. There will be another client. If you mess up badly with a pie, in a fraud case, there may not be the firm. Yeah? So these are rather large risks. To come to your point, keep public value in hand, push back to clients tremendously before you engage. Say, look, you want us, we're good quality, you are going to suffer during this audit. That's part of our job, and you need to tell them up front. And yes, if we find something, we'll look into it. From an incentives economics point of view, the reputation effect is getting larger. The litigation effect is getting larger as well. And so if you do not detect fraud, there are quite a few cases where you can now see it's rather costly to not detect fraud, also as an accounting firm. So, but the only issue I have with that's rather long-term and iffy. And so it's culture, structure, if we ever get to that, and incentives in the long run. Those would be my 3 areas, but it's a difficult one. That's great. Thank you.
No, please. So thank you for your keynote.
Thank you so much.
And I think it was already in your first line that you recognized the difficulty of judgment and decision making in the auditing profession with our 5th or 7th anniversary. Is it 6th? I don't know. That's difficult, and I'm happy to hear that the external supervisor has as very
We
clear.
feel your pain. Yeah.
Well, thank you. We're talking about pain. This is not
what you think it is.
This is not what you think it is. It's not a baseball or a cricket bat. It's a plank where you can put cheese and sausage. And normally when I get these, I kind of turn these around because I don't want the logo of the But we put a logo on 2 sides. So
no escape. No escape.
No escape. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Really nice to me. Thanks. Thanks for the invitation. And I'll be around.
Yes. Coffee and tea outside. We will be back at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you. sound of silence.
There's no mic.
There's no mic? There's Mike. There's Mike. All right. Welcome back. It's 3 sharp. And I would like to introduce our first research presentation. And I know in the program it says William Ciconti, but due to personal circumstances he was not able to fly over from Illinois. So we're sorry to miss him and hope to see him again before long. But we are of course very happy that one of his team members, Marleen Willekens, was found willing to take his spot. Marleen is a full professor in accounting and auditing at KU Leuven, which for this occasion we count to the Netherlands or Benelux or... I'm sorry, I didn't know it was that sensitive. But you may have seen Marleen on several occasions before speaking about one of her research topics like audit quality, audit markets, and economic incentives. And today she's going to talk about their FAR project on auditors, professional identity, commercialism and audit quality. Thank you, Marleen, for being here. The floor is yours, and I think you bring in a lot of tension with your topic. Thank you very much.
So thanks for the opportunity to present our FAR project here today. As said, this is teamwork. My team members are Will Ciconti and Justin Leiby from Illinois. You know, it's not Will who will present here, but I'm very happy to step in. Now, before I project the slides, or maybe I should do that first, let me have a look. So sorry about that. You know, before we get started, let me tell you 2 things. One, in the title of today's presentation, it says, "How is auditor commercialism related to audit quality and efficiency?" That was, and efficiency was part of what we were doing when we started, but as we have been progressing, we are not so much focusing on efficiency anymore. So I will not talk about that today. So it will be more focused on quality and some related effects. Secondly, and I'm very sorry about that, I have to disappoint you that we do not have results at this stage. We thought when we accepted to present here today that we would have been able to do at least some first analyses, but we're in the final stage of receiving the data. A lot of work has been done. We have seen some of it, but we have not formally received everything, so we have not been able to analyze them. Sorry, but that's what it is going to be. We, of course, wanted to try to make this as interesting as possible without results for all kinds of audience members. So we have tried our best. But we had to do some modifications on the agenda that was sent to us. as an invitation to make it interesting for people also in practice and regulators. So there will be not a detailed discussion of results, unfortunately, but there will be a discussion of what we expect as results. Let me get started now, really. So why do we think this project is important? And we know there is a double institutional culture in audit firms. On the one hand, of course, auditing and executing audits is a professional activity. On the other hand, audit firms are engaging in commercial activities and have commercial motivations that very often are seen as being very much in opposition or, not positive for what audit outcomes may be, so would conflict with professional motivations. And when we're thinking about commercial versus professional motivations, when we think of professional motivations of auditors, we think about, and we've heard it in the keynote speech today, we're thinking about acting in society's interest, the public interest, and how do auditors do that? By exercising skepticism, independence, due care, etc. Whereas when we think about commercial incentives or motivations, we think about the auditor who is aligning a bit with the client, or even the auditor as a business person who's maximizing audit firm or auditor wealth. And these two sets of motivations seem to conflict with each other. So when we're thinking about activities that would fit into the arena of professional, we think about, of course, performing audit tasks, following education, mentoring staff members, whereas when we think of activities that belong to the commercial set of things an auditor would do, we think about practice development activities like entertaining clients or developing sales proposals for new engagements potentially. And you know, this opposition between the two, or this conflict between the two, is, that's what we say, is a sort of taken for granted assumption in a way. So what, and why is this, or where do we see this popping up? For example, the International Federation of Accountants, I have a quote here on the slides, is saying it's important that an audit firm has robust internal governance arrangements to safeguard the public interest nature of the auditing function, and in bold here, to avoid the firm's commercial interests adversely affecting audit quality. And also the AFM, for example, a quote from AFM, audit firms are organizations with commercial interests, and the auditor aims to provide the best possible service to his client, to his audit client, in order to win or retain the business of that client. And you see it in many texts by regulators, policymakers, oversight bodies. For example, also here on the left-hand side, a quote from PCAOB board member Robert Brown, who said there is a tension between maintaining high-quality audit and succumbing to the commercial interests of an audit firm. And also in our literature, we have seen people studying, researchers studying this, this dual role, basically, this dual kind of identity auditors have. A quote on the left-hand side, which is basically a quote from a paper which was, reporting results based on interviews with audit partners, and one of these partners had said, a manager cannot be promoted if he's only a good auditor, sitting most of the time in his office. The firm wants its partners capable of recruiting new clients and selling a variety of services to existing clients, where we see the importance of commercial motivations, of course, popping up. In the literature, we have seen that time allocation, and we all know that time management, time pressure is very important in the auditing setting. And we also have seen that what an auditor devotes time to actually associates with what is deemed important as an activity. So theory and evidence seems to suggest, and I'm going very briefly through what we know from that, that allocating more time to commercial activities increases auditors' beliefs about the importance of those activities. And ultimately, their motivations to perform those activities also well. So time allocated to commercial activities, it means that it's important that they are there. But the downside or the opposite side or the negative effect might be that those commercial motivations may have an impact, given the time pressure that exists, on time that is allocated to doing professional activities that are important to complete audit engagements, or maybe because of these commercial motivations to unconsciously impair judgment as auditors conduct their audit tasks. There are studies that argue that auditors can never be independent, and there is some moral seduction basically inherent to the audit profession, since auditors earn money by basically providing this service that is supposed to be a service to society. So based on all this, this would lead to lower engagement effort and lower audit quality the more commercially engaged or motivated or the more commercial activities auditors would do. So we could expect that. So basically, in this project, we address a couple of research questions, and we have some expectations, of course. The major question, I think, that we address in this paper is the question whether auditors' commercial effort decreases audit quality. That's a straightforward question. Is there a negative impact on audit quality? I will, for the remainder of what we will be presenting, or I will be presenting today, mainly focus on that. But before I continue, let me just mention that we also in the project, and when you will see the results being distributed once we are able to analyze the data, we actually also look at two other questions, being, does auditors' commercial effort affect the auditor's compensation? Here we expect that it does in a positive way. Why do we expect a positive impact? As owners, partners maximize the firm's profits by attracting new clients, and we know that compensation, from studies before, we know that compensation is at least partially based on fee income and so on. So actually, if you put that together, you expect a positive relationship. The other thing we will also examine is the question whether the auditor's commercial effort affect engagement's effort. And I actually already alluded to that, but here we expect a negative relationship. The more the partner or the director, the auditor is engaged in commercial activities, the less time he or she will spend on audit engagement effort for his whole portfolio. So we expect that, and we also motivate that based on, for example, credence, attributes of the audit, or the auditing is possible, combining that with time pressure that is prevalent. One can argue that there would be a negative association. I will skip this one and immediately move to the fact or the questions, or the question whether such questions that we are going to investigate could be relevant for practice. Is commercial effort associated with lower audit quality? I guess we all want to know that. Is commercial effort associated maybe with more access to quality control, and I will elaborate on that in a minute. There's also such thing as quality control and possibilities to actually engage in that. Maybe if one engages more in commercial effort, there is an incentive to use more quality control. And then maybe it's not so detrimental and the impact on audit quality might be different. So does quality control mitigate that negative impact of commercial effort on audit quality? And then, based on what we find, should regulators seek directly to curtail directly commercial effort? I have no answer to that, but we will see what we will find. Should regulators focus instead on promoting stronger quality controls? If we find that quality controls can sort of alleviate that concern, that would be maybe an important route to follow. So what are our expected results? Briefly, commercial effort, on the one hand, if we argue that it has a negative effect on the professional activity, the engagement effort, we expect a negative impact on quality. And also if, for example, at the tone of the top in the audit firms, there is a lot of commercial drive. This might be picked up by team members as well. So we could give arguments why we would expect a negative relationship. On the other hand, there could be something else going on as a competing sort of path here. A commercial effort by partners could trigger the use of quality control reliance. And we know from previous work that technically oriented partners are hesitant to ask for help. But here we will be able to compare technically oriented versus more commercially oriented partners. How will we be able to distinguish? Because we will have data on the hours that partners spent on either audit engagement related work or practice development related work. So we expect that if auditors or partners are more commercially oriented, focused, they will be less shy to ask for help because they have an incentive to keep their reputations high. So they, as compared to technically oriented partners, would ask for help from quality control mechanisms. So there's actually two competing paths. The one at the bottom, commercial effort impacts quality in a negative way, or there is an indirect route via quality control reliance. And if you have, you're using more quality control reliance, that would also have positive impact on the audit quality. Okay, I'll talk a little bit about the data. I have 10 minutes left. So what about those data? And we don't have them yet, but we are very far in the process. So the test variable in our research is commercial effort, measured at auditor, meaning partner, director, or senior manager level. Because those are the levels that are, we think, more engaged in the commercial activity. Then, as two dependent variables with these two different paths, we have audit quality and quality control. And those we will measure at the level of the partner's portfolio. So the dependent variable, we will aggregate the engagements of a partner and look at what is this partner's quality, or what is this partner's, over the engagements, use of quality control. What kind of data are we collecting, and have we collected that to some extent? Commercial effort we measure as the total number of hours a given auditor spends on practice development activities. So partner level or auditor individual type of level data. Audit quality, there we have a number of metrics that we can use. First metric is a review score that we will get for the engagements from the firms. So that's, you know, an audit firm provided quality metric. We also will have the number of modified opinions an auditor issues for the portfolio, and others possibilities that we are considering. We're not sure whether it would work very well is abnormal accruals in terms of collecting the data. They might seem simple, but we are not sure whether we'll be able to have all these data, and restatements we can have. So we have several quality metrics. With regard to quality control measures that we are getting from the two firms that are helping us with this is the total hours incurred by technical consultants for a given auditor's client portfolio. So we'll have hours for the whole portfolio that the auditor used technical consultants. But also the total hours of both voluntary and mandatory consultations incurred by technical consultants for an auditor given his or her portfolio. So is there being consulted by this auditor? And then another type of measure that we also consider some type of quality control measure is how does the partner compose the audit team? Is there a lot of experience in the team? Is there a lot of junior people in the team? When you are not present a lot yourself as a partner, you probably might want to balance that by using experienced, more senior people on the team. So what we will do is measure what we call engagement leverage, which is the ratio of the aggregate number of partner, director, senior manager hours in the portfolio of the partner divided by all hours, also junior level and intermediate levels. So it gives an indication of how senior the teams are on average for this partner's portfolio. And of course, there's a lot of other stuff that will affect the outcomes here. We have also data which we will use as controls. Not every partner's portfolio is the same. They have different profiles, different types of clients. So we need a lot of control variables. And we were having a very heavy data request. We're aware of that. So it took a while. But we are convinced that we can only address this if we are really collecting the data that we need to, give some results for an important questions, we believe, and not using some kind of proxies that are not delivered by the firms. So here you have a list of some of the control variables. Of course, we have information also on the hours spent on professional effort-related activities. For example, audit work itself, or quality control reviews you do for other partners' engagements, not your own, of course. Education, recruitment, so there are other professional activities and effort, and we also have hours for each partner that they spend on that type of activity. Very important, of course, is also to have information on the portfolio of the auditors, the engagement portfolio, which clients, what are the characteristics of the portfolio that the client is that the auditor is servicing. So the size of the portfolio, knowledge spillover, we call it like that, measured as the total non-audit fees for the auditor's portfolio, how much non-audit fees are actually generated or linked to this portfolio of this auditor, client complexity, how many listed firms, for example, in the auditor's portfolio, riskiness, very important one, riskiness of the client portfolio, what is the industry focus of the auditor's portfolio is a relevant one. And then we have some other auditor, individual auditor characteristics that we collected. So is this auditor a compliant auditor, or have there been internal policy violations? So we know whether that has been the case or not. Another one is, how was the performance of this individual assessed in the audit firm? What was the score? So we can control for that. What was the experience, or what is the experience of the auditor? What's the auditor's rank, for example? How long is the auditor tenured? In other words, how long is the auditor active as an auditor? Experience, really, how many years? Simple measure. And then we have some office-related data as well. So that is something on the data. Gives you an idea of the type of data the firms are providing us to measure the constructs we want to investigate and the hypothesis that we have put forward. We are collecting those data, of course, from the firm's management accounting information systems and HRM systems. And also some of the audit quality data are supplied, all anonymously, of course, and collected by the FAR team that has a lot of work with us, I think, on this project. So we're in the final stage. We had hoped to have, to have had everything by March or something. So we would have been able to sort of give you at least preliminary results. We were not able, but this summer we will land and we'll do the analysis and know the outcome. So here you have some slides on how we will estimate the relationships. I think from what I have shown, this is clear enough. I don't have to go into details here. We are aware of the fact that there are some caveats. We still could have variables missing that are important to include, or our sample could not be representative, or we may lack statistical power, but we think we will be able to handle that. Now let me conclude with some contributions of our study, what we think it could contribute either to academic knowledge or to practice. Let me start by contribution to academic knowledge. We think we will provide new insights on how commercial effort is actually related to audit quality and whether this is indeed negative. Because on the opposite side, it could as well be that there is no negative effect because there is quality control reliance that is being used by commercially or more commercially motivated auditors. So we will have an answer to that question. And also we think we can trigger new questions. Are there more effective or efficient ways to design teams to balance the commercial and professional interests? Maybe that could be something that could be studied as well. Or maybe there are other quality controls that can be put in place to safeguard audit quality. We have the ones that we thought were relevant and were being able to provide it to us. But there is more than that, we know that. Or could we actually investigate something similar on quality control that would mitigate the perceived negative impact of the joint provision of audits and non-audit services, which is also something that has been investigated a lot, but not from this angle, we believe. And there's a lot of ban of non-audit services and regulations, re-regulations in the past. So could there be implication for practitioners? We hope it is informative. Commercial effort does not necessarily mean audit quality has to be lower. Quality control is critical to delivering and preserving audit quality. Maybe this is what we will show. It could not be the case. I have to be careful here. Implementation in practice, maybe we provide an understanding and that firms can understand better the audit partners, the senior managers, the managers in their firms. look at the time and what they do with the time, and what type of activity are they doing most, what is their skill set, what roles are they most comfortable in. If we show associations of commercial versus professional motivation mainly, and it has a link to certain outcomes, that might be informative. Strong technical expertise for consultation could be relevant. We have, that's my very last slide. I know I am 1 minute late, but I, was very clumsy in the beginning with the setup of the slides. What have we done so far? We have presented our proposal in the Journal of Accounting Research 2021 Registered Report Conference. It was unfortunately online, but nevertheless in Chicago somehow. And based on that and the couple of revisions we did, we invited I think a month ago or so, to do an R&R for JAR. Once we have, of course, results. We need to come up with results now. And of course, we will disseminate our results to a wider audience, for example, and for sure, write a FAR practice note. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marleen. And thank you for clarifying the JAR pre-registered project, because this is one of FAR's most challenging projects data-wise. We just have to admit that. But being selected for a JAR registered project is a signal of a very good project methodologically wise. So basically, JAR, Journal of Accounting Research, is one of the top journals saying, if you want to research this question, this is how it should be done, right? Or am I exaggerating? Oh, okay. Jan, am I exaggerating?
Well, it's...
Oh, yes, he says. Okay. So we go to the discussant, Fabian. And Fabian Klar will discuss the presentation from a practitioner's perspective, adding to the knowledge exchange between academia and practice. And Fabian is a young auditor with BDO. So he's developing both his technical skills and his commercial skills to become partner.
Perhaps, yeah.
Perhaps, okay. He's still modest, yes. And he's a member of the Young Assurance Board. And maybe you can explain it a bit. And we are proud that the young professionals and young academics or young practitioners are here to discuss all our presentations. Fabian, the floor is yours for the coming 10 minutes, and then we will open the floor for Q&A. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Great. Well, when I was reading your proposal and also when I was looking at your presentation, I was wondering, and there is a lot of going on now about the structural models. I think also Hanzo was touched upon that, and EY is also wanting to split the advisory and the auditing profession within their firm. From your perspective, do you think it would be beneficial to do that? So what is more prevalent, the commercial efforts or the professional efforts?
Want to respond?
Yes.
Yeah. So your question is whether you go into a monodisciplinary firm, really? Well, I don't have results yet, so it's hard to say. If we find that commercial effort, and that's what we expect, triggers quality control reliance and is not detrimental for audit quality, I think this is a case to, if we can transpose that to the NES context, which is the one with multidisciplinarity, consulting and advisory that is provided, then I would say let's look at this in this setting, because it might not be necessary, and and from a personal perspective, but not based on this research, multidisciplinarity has a lot of advantages too, from a technical perspective or expertise perspective. So, but I cannot answer. I mean, I don't have results. So
yeah, but I think it would be very beneficial for the practitioners and for the whole profession to have this angle also taken into account when you're writing up the results, of course. And also, I think within your proposal, you mentioned that you think under-reporting of time of professionals. So the partners as well as the managers wouldn't be an issue because there is a lot of, well, you say partners and managers, they have a lot of, well, they can just take their time and do whatever they want with it. But I think, and also on a junior level, on the reporting of time is a really big issue because there is a lot of pressure on everyone within the team to achieve the budget. So you might have biases there in your data. I don't know if you can, if you already looked at it and if you can proxy a bit for that, perhaps swift sign off, which is...
Yeah, I mean, we are aware of that. We, in the process, and I think this is something that also came up when we had feedback from the JAR. We had interviews with some audit firms on this matter, and this is were other audit firms and the ones that are included here to become, to collect more like qualitative information on whether that's the case. What we heard there, I can say, is that in today's context, it's less and less accepted that this would be happening. Okay, I just quote, but yeah, point taken.
It might be very valuable to have proxies for that. And I think you present two different paths. So one is that there is a directly negative impact of the commercial efforts on audit quality, and then you have an indirect relationship between first the quality control reliance and then on the audit quality. What do you think is more dominant? And are there like different settings where the dominance is higher or lower?
Yeah, I think this is what we are testing. So at this point, I don't know what is more dominant, honestly. I think our team thinks that it will be the quality. There are arguments, and there is some prior evidence or theory that you can use to predict the two paths. Our feel is that given the reputation effects and so on, there are incentives to keep the quality high through control reliance, but there could not be the case. I don't know.
And what do you think are the most it's difficult. You don't have results yet, but what do you think are like the most effective quality controls? Like, is it just consultation and having a good team set up? But what is from a industry and also from firm perspective, what are the best quality controls, do you think?
I don't know. Honestly, I think in different contexts it will be different things. When you're in a highly technical environment where you need technical expertise that is unique, I would say go for that. But I think might be engagement specific.
Okay. Fabian, thank you very much. Warm applause. And just one more question. What is the Young Assurance Board?
Well, I think it's something that is now coming up, or has been coming up at all auditing firms. Well, we advise our assurance leaders with different aspects of the work. So if there's new policies being made, we get a say in that, also from a young professional perspective. And also we are we have some external roles, like coming here, or with the other boards we meet together, and we also do stuff together. Like I think we also did a recommendation on how to improve the praktijkstage and stuff in recent years.
So you just switched assurance leader at BDO, so does Marcel listen to you?
Yes.
Great.
Most of the time.
Most of the time. Okay, that's a
question. I hope so.
That is an invitation for a question during the break. But anyway, who wants to pose the first question to Marleen on this tension between commercial and audit quality? Rob. I'm a bad thrower, so Marie-Laure, can you?
Yeah, what's not completely clear to me, but perhaps you can give some examples, is what is the definition of commercial activities? For example, knowing your clients, risk assessments, understanding of the needs, how many hours we need for new engagements. It's perhaps part of commercial activities. And then I think the answer for me would be clear. But what is your understanding of commercial activities? And give more examples.
Yeah, so what we got is we asked the firm, well, what is your practice development activities? They give us the hours, and what we had there is indeed writing new proposals, so that's going for new clients, which is a very, very broad definition and would entail some of the things you are saying, or engaging with the client. Some of these things we learned are not going on so much anymore, like dinners and everything. So that's not what we are looking at. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Henriette.
Thank you, Marleen. You know what they say, you turned water into wine. Because you didn't have data, but you made a presentation. My question is about the indicators. Maybe I didn't understand correctly, but are you taking hours spent on the audit as a positive measure of audit quality or not?
Yes, but of course with a lot of other controls. So as the professional effort,
yeah, okay.
but not at the individual level, but the portfolio. That's a very important one in our design.
Because I was thinking, if you are an auditor in a more commercial environment, the consultancy, the effect could also be that you want to sell more audit hours. Mm-hmm. And then it would rather not be a good measure of quality. But the reverse, it would be a measure of commercialism. Yeah. Did you take that into account?
I think it's a very good point, and basically the way I read what you're saying is auditing is, the outcome is very unobservable. I mean, clients of course observe some things, but it's a credence good, it has credence characteristics. We focused from a commercial activity perspective on the under auditing, but you could as well, as you say, do over-auditing, sell more than what you actually deliver. That's what you're saying. Very good point.
To do, yeah.
We will take it into consideration. Thank you.
You might use, if you put more hours into it without charging more, then it would be a measure of quality. Then I think you could defend it better that it's a measure of quality. So maybe you could look into that.
Okay. Who's next? Oh, yeah. Tomorrow I will wear my running shoes. So let me try to see. I'm pointing at you. Oh, yes.
Yes, thank you. I understood that you used time spent as the measure for commercial effort. But I was wondering, how did you control for commercial difference in commercial performance by partners? Because now I think the assumption is that time spent indicates commercial effort, but I think that maybe performance in commercial effort also maybe plays part.
So as commercial performance, as how much fee income you generate as a partner, yeah, we have that data. Yeah. So yeah, we can definitely look at that as well. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, so on a practical note, so you say it might be beneficial for commercial auditors to consult, and it might be consulting more. Do you have an indication from your research that commercial auditors indeed do consult more, why that is the case, and how to get auditors that do not yet consult but have a commercial bent to get those to consult more?
Yeah, can you repeat that?
Auditors, sorry, that was a long question. Commercial auditors that don't yet consult, how do you get those to consult anyway to improve quality, if your hypothesis is correct?
Yeah. Yeah, well, if they don't consult at all on any engagement, I mean, this is partner director and some senior manager level. If they don't consult at all for the entire portfolio, that's just something we pick up. It's a zero in what we measure. So how do we make them consult? I hope, I don't know, but if we find that these consultations are beneficial in general or under certain conditions, this would be informative, hopefully, for them.
Yeah. So you feel that would be enough carrot, and the risk of non-compliance would be enough stick that they would pick up in your research and be like, all right, let's consult.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. One question here with Hans.
Oh.
The mic is coming your way.
Thank you, Olaf, and also Marlene, of course. Thank you for your excellent presentation. I missed two elements. Commercial activities. Was a little bit confused about the definition, but okay. Let me see it in a little bit more broader perspective. Couldn't they have a positive effect on attracting good people? So I'm also looking for a talent aspect. And secondly, commercialism can also, it's also a linkage with competition. And competition, and there was a reference to proposal processes, for example. When you have that aspect in place, then it could also enhance, I very firmly believe, audit quality. So competition as a stimulator for audit quality. That's so that are for me the two points that perhaps you could also consider.
I think this is very interesting. Does it have, I mean, commercial activity, you attract new people?
Exactly.
We don't look at that, but that's, I think, a brilliant question to investigate as well. And then the competition thing, I think that's more my dada on average. Very fair point. I think that's also an argument that at least could be.
Yeah, and also let's say the funding for further research within the firm and so on, and to stimulate that debate.
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Could be.
Thank you, Hans, and thank you, Marlene. Also a pledge where you cannot avoid us for you. Thank you. And Hans, it was an excellent question because you pitched the tension between commercialism and audit quality. Maybe we need some commercialism to be good auditors, right? So that's an open question for you to answer.
Thank you.
Fabian, thank you very much. Also an unavoidable plunge for you. So, next up. Are you mic'd up? Yeah? Oh, can I get mic'd up? Okay, and I will introduce you. So the next two presenters I know quite well because I have the honor to be working with them and collaborating with them in this very project, together with Anne van Stralen, Murray Barrick and Bradley Kirkman. So Jerry Francis is the first, or the inaugural, FAR Audit Research Chair, established jointly with Maastricht University, where he's a full professor in accounting after moving there from Missouri a couple of years ago. And you must know that Jerry is one of the most cited accounting scholars in the world, so having him in the Netherlands is quite the scoop, right? So let me remind you of his inaugural address, September 15th in Maastricht, preceded by a FAR mini-conference. You're all welcome. Now, Lena Pieper is one of Jerry's PhD students, also at Maastricht University, working on Jerry's grander FAR project on auditor personality, leadership, behavior, and formation, and audit team formation and team dynamics. And she's in her 4th year. So the academics know that she's ready for the job market. She has just completed a half-year exchange with University of Illinois at the group with Mark. So if you want a reference, he's here. Glad that, by the way, that you're back in the Netherlands. So let me shut up and let you take it away.
Yeah, how do we get the slides?
Next slide.
Wow. All right.
Okay. I'm going to say just a few words, and then I'll let Lena do the work. That's what a team leader does, right? You delegate. It is really great to be back. The last 2 years have seemed like a long, dark shadow for many of us. This is the first in-person conference I've been to since the mid-year audit conference in Houston in 2020. So many people in one room. So a few years ago at one of the early FAR conferences, I presented a paper with the whimsical title, "Do Audit Partners Have Style?" And that study, which after some revisions is now finally forthcoming, showed with some fancy statistics that variation across partners actually explain more of the differences in audit outcomes than variations between firms or variation between offices. Maybe that's not surprising to you. To me it was, and it actually caused me to rethink what I'm doing in my research program. And it came at a time when Ann Van Stralen approached me about the FAR chair and the unique opportunities the foundation presented to collect data and to work with people in the firms, and it was really important in creating my thinking about accepting this opportunity, and it's flowed through to the research projects that I'm working on through the foundation. So FAR has turned out to be a rather important part of my life at this stage, and it's really been exciting to be able to work on these projects and to finally now have some results we can share with you. With that, I'll let Lena talk about one of the papers in the project.
All right, thank you, Jerry, for the introduction, and also briefly from me before I start, thank you to FAR for organizing this conference. It's very exciting to be here again in person and to see so many familiar faces. And I also already spotted in the audience some of the FAR liaisons that helped us with this project, so thank you for all your support, because without you that wouldn't be possible. And I'm very excited to finally be back here and to share some of our results. And as Olaf already introduced, that's our research team. So 4 of us are here. And Murray, he's our genius in the OB literature and psychology research. So he's at Texas. And that's our team. So everything I'm presenting here today is with these people. So before I get into the details of one of our studies, I would like to introduce to you our overall project. So what you saw on the title slide is that the purpose of our project is to investigate what makes audit partners and their teams successful. And when we talk about success, that's really a number of different dimensions that we consider, and that ranges from individual performance of partners and managers over how well does a team really work together, and also finishes with studying engagement level audit quality outcomes. And when we say we want to investigate what makes partners and their teams successful, we really rely on organization behavior and psychology research and study this question at 3 different levels. So the first level, which is also the focus of today's presentation, looks at the audit partners and the managers individually. And we want to investigate what personal characteristics affect their overall performance. But of course, we acknowledge that the partner and the manager actually lead the audit engagement team together. So we refer to this as a dyad, and we want to investigate how do these partners and managers actually work together, and when do they function best. And then, as the third level of our project, we look at, okay, so now we have this dual leadership. How does this actually jointly influence the engagement team? And in the keynote earlier, we heard like, okay, when would a more junior person be willing to speak up? And we also investigate this. How can managers and partners jointly influence their willingness to speak up and feel safe about raising different issues? So why do we think this is important to you, to the auditing profession? So we see all of these elements as different puzzle pieces that really come together to shape audit quality. So we don't study this from the technical side, but really come from it from a more softer side, the human side of auditing. And we think that while we cannot, Olaf already mentioned it earlier, we cannot give you one-to-one instructions, you have to follow these steps. We hope that we can provide you with novel insights onto each of these puzzle pieces and how this really comes together to affect audit engagement teams and their performance. So ultimately, our goal is to provide different scientific insights that can be used to manage and compose audit teams in a more scientific way. So that's the overall purpose of our project. So let me start by talking more about the first study. So in this study, as I mentioned at the beginning, we look at the audit partners and managers and different personal characteristics. And specifically in this study, we look at the role of personality and how personality affects their overall job performance. So why do we focus on personality? Jerry just mentioned in his introduction that we actually know from prior audit research that audit quality really varies across individual auditors. And we also, so this variation exists even after controlling for like the effect of the client, the office and the firm, but we don't really know why this variation arises. So other academics have studied a number of characteristics, demographics, age, gender, but they don't really seem to explain a lot in the variation. So this suggests that there are more deeply rooted factors that are connected to our individual behavior that affect the auditors. And so we rely on organizational behavior and psychology literature to study the role of personality. So what do I mean when I refer to personality? Those are really these individual traits and patterns that make us who we are, and those traits are constant across situations and across time, and it really affects how we behave. And from the psychology literature, we also know that this personality is predictive of performance. So even if we control for your education, your IQ, personality predicts the individual performance. And we also know that different personality traits matter across different professions. So for example, if you think about a police officer versus a teacher, you can imagine those are maybe different personality traits in those roles. So this is why we chose to study the role of audit partners and managers' personality traits. And some of you might have filled out a very lengthy survey in one of your summer schools. So how do we aim to study the role of personality here? So before going, so we basically say, okay, personality can affect performance both directly and indirectly through different skills. And I will come back to that in a second. But what I really mean by personality traits is in the psychology literature, we have a lot of different models of personality. And the most well-known one is the 5-factor model, which really comprises 5 big traits that determine your overall personality. And just to give you some context, so an agreeable individual is someone who's tolerant, who likes harmony, and conscientious one is someone who is very diligent, hardworking. I think emotional stability, we all understand from what the term is, so you're not ill-tempered, you're secure and calm. Extroversion is the degree to which you're open and outgoing, and openness to experience. You prefer change over routine, and you're creative, imaginative. So those are the 5 main traits that kind of capture a normal personality. And then we also look at some additional factors, one being the dark triad, which is more the dark side of someone's personality. So are you manipulative, narcissistic? And then we also have a trait which is referred to as bravery, which we believe to be one important trait for an auditor because it captures his or her inherent willingness to raise issues even when facing opposition. So those are the different personality traits that we consider. And then we indeed consider a direct and indirect link to performance. For the indirect link, we know that an auditor's job involves a lot of different tasks that are also different in nature. So how we characterize these 3 broad skills areas is 1, the commercial aspect, as Marlene already introduced, then the technical part, which is the professional side. Are you able to complete an audit effectively? And then something we call leadership, which is more the team orientation. Do you spend time on mentoring your team and guiding your team? And you can also already imagine to be good at commercial stuff or at leadership stuff, it probably pays off to be extroverted, open to the team. Whereas for the technical aspects, we thought that maybe something like conscientiousness, so the degree to which you're detail-oriented and hardworking, could be beneficial. So this is roughly the model that we explore in our study. And I will also come back to this and use it as sort of like a guide throughout the presentation now. So the data that we collected for this paper is we combined survey and internal audit firm data. So the survey was used to assess the skills and also the personality, and then we use audit firm data for the performance metrics. And in total, this sample consists of 1,618 auditors, so it's quite a big sample, using all 10 of the participating audit firms, and the average professional experience is 16.1 years, so it's a very experienced sample. And yeah, we focus on managers and up until partners. And just so if I say partners in this setting, we really mean equity partners at the firms. If you're a salary partner or associate partner, we categorize this as a director. All right, so what do we find? So before we actually went into this bigger model, we asked ourselves two related questions, just looking at the personality traits. Because surprisingly, evidence on auditors' personality traits is rather scarce. So we were wondering, to what extent do personality traits actually differ between the Big Four and the non-Big Four firms? And then also relatedly, okay, do personality traits differ across the different function levels? So what do we find if we first compare the Big Four and the non-Big Four firms? So in generally, we find that auditors at Big Four firms are more outgoing and open to new experiences. They also, on average, are more diligent and thorough, as captured by a higher degree of conscientiousness. They are also more agreeable, and they assess themselves higher on technical and leadership skills, which we interpret could be due to a different focus in the culture. And then for the non-Big Four firms, we see that on average, they score higher on the dark triad, and this effect is actually most pronounced for the partners. But we also find, and this is not in the actual model, but we also captured their organizational commitment and job satisfactions, and auditors at the non-Big Four firms are actually more committed and satisfied with their job. And they assess themselves higher on commercial skills. And then looking at the results across the function levels, we in general see that auditors become more and more similar the higher they are up the hierarchy. So I leave that up to you whether this is good or bad, but it's definitely an important finding that we see that they are getting increasingly more homogeneous in nature. We also find that certain personality traits become more pronounced the higher they are in the hierarchy, meaning that the mean, the average is shifting. So for example, audit partners are on average more extroverted and more open to new experience, which can be beneficial for the commercial side of the audit. We in general find, so for example, talking about the conscientiousness, so how thorough and diligent auditors are, we in general find a very high level on all of these functions, which we interpret as, if you think about the nature of the auditor's work, yeah, being detail-oriented and thorough definitely seems something that is beneficial. So we don't find it surprising that auditors score high on that trait. And we also find, if we look at the different skills that I was talking about, that what really differentiates the partners, and those are the equity partners, from the other levels are the team-oriented, so the leadership, and the commercial skills. And then last but not least, also probably a good thing that satisfaction and the commitment towards the organization and the profession also increases with function level. So those were some of those descriptive differences that we observed. And now, of course, the next big question is, do those differences actually matter? So now we go a step further in our conceptual model and actually look at how these personality traits affect the different skills that we mentioned. And we do see that for the different skills, different personality traits matter. So for commercial and the leadership skills, which can be characterized by a larger degree of interaction, either with the client or with the team, we find that factors like extroversion, so how outgoing are you, the degree of agreeableness, are positively related with these skills. Surprisingly, we also find that the dark triad is associated with higher commercial skills, which there's other research that actually shows that the dark triad actually doesn't just come along with bad things, but they can also be very charming and good at selling things. So maybe that's why it's positively associated with the commercial traits. When we look at the technical skills, we see that being conscientious, again, that's detail-oriented, hardworking, is beneficial for the technical aspect, and also openness to experience, which prior literature has shown that being open to new experiences is associated with higher learning behavior. And then what's interesting here is that agreeableness actually has a negative relation. So agreeableness, if you're focused on you need harmony, you care a lot about others, is negatively associated with the technical part. And then, for leadership, it's similar to the commercial aspect. So this is the findings that we have for the different skills. And now we actually put it all together to see how personality actually affects skills and performance all together. So what do we find for the relationship between personality and performance? So both the link through skills as well as through as well as the direct link, both are predictive of performance. And one surprising finding, so what we thought initially is that we have these three skills, commercial, leadership, and technical, and that all of these three would be rewarded in the performance measure. But if we look at the statistics, we only find that the commercial and technical skills are rewarded in the performance measure. This changes for audit partners. So that was something that we also thought was interesting. So if we redo this model that I showed for each of the different ranks, we find that what really differentiates a good partner from a bad partner is his or her leadership skills. And this is also something to think about. Okay, this is only rewarded at the very end of your career. So what does this mean in earlier stages? Does it need to be more developed and so on? So that's the first big finding of our big model. And then while we saw on the previous slide as well, agreeableness is positively associated with the commercial and leadership skills, it actually has a direct negative relationship with performance. So again, being very caring about others, striving for harmony, seems to actually hurt the performance of an auditor. And in additional analysis, so agreeableness has this aspect about, are you a good team player versus is it this caring for others harmony side, we really find it's not that being a team player is bad, it's really this part about where you're striving for harmony that hurts the performance of the auditor. And if you think about your own job and what it entails being an auditor, it is that you sometimes have to face confrontations, be it with management, the client. There are situations where it could be harmful that you always want to have everything safe and harmony. So that's what these results clearly show. And then we find that extraversion is actually the strongest predictor of performance. So it has both an indirect effect through the skills as well as a direct positive effect with performance. And then in addition, conscientiousness, so being hardworking and diligent, as well as emotional stability, so not being ill-tempered, not getting irritated all the time, also have a positive effect on performance. So what do these findings actually tell you now? And our discussant will tell you more about this. But the way we see it is that we learn that personality actually matters. So this might be intuitive, but from what we also learned with the talks that we had with the firms is, yes, there might be a personality test at the entry level, but the data is not really used. And what we clearly find is that certain auditors with certain personality traits will be inherently different, and they might inherently be better at certain skills. And where things get really interesting is that we see these opposite signs between the personality traits. So for example, extroversion and agreeableness might be positive related to the commercial and leadership skills, but agreeableness has a strong negative effect on the technical side of the audit and also on the overall performance. Actually, same for the dark triad. It wasn't on the slides, but the dark triad has a positive effect on commercial, but a negative effect on the overall performance. So Marlene talked about the tension between commercialism and professionalism in their project, and we actually see the same thing, that there's tension between the different personality types that you have in the audit firm, and some people might just be better at the commercial side than at the professional side just because of their personality. So managing this tension between these commercial and professional sides is also reflected in the personality, and thus this is something that audit firms can work on further to see how they can coordinate these two sides. And in this study, so this study was done where we looked at the partner and the manager individually, and we actually have a second part on where we look at them jointly. Do you want me to keep going, or?
No.
Okay.
I'll give you a spell.
Yeah, so where we look at the manager and the partner jointly. And Jerry will guide you to the findings of this study.
Okay, thanks, Lena. On the technical results, I jokingly said, so to be a good auditor from a technical point of view, you need to be grumpy but careful. I don't know, does that make sense? Agreeableness doesn't help, and conscientiousness helps. So grumpy but careful. But if you're on the commercial side, it's okay to be a little ornery. It's okay to be have some elements of the dark triad, which we were talking about this with the team just before the sessions began, and I said this is like the old joke about why do smart women date bad boys? It's like because they've got charisma. So maybe there's something about this dark triad. But the point is, in fact, these skills seem to coexist and play a role. And auditors are not homogeneous. They have these multiple skills. The firm needs all these skills, and manage them, I think, is a real challenge for the organizations. I'm going to talk briefly about a second study, and I apologize to the discussant because you don't have any slides on this, so you're off the hook. This is a study that's looking at the dyad leadership structure, and it's trying to make a contribution to the team science literature and organizational behavior. Audits are kind of unique in that you've got these two really senior people that kind of co-lead the engagement, and most of the team science research looks at situations with more of a hierarchical leader or a situation where there's like competing leaders that you have to satisfy. So instead of having people sharing a common goal, that maybe you have two people that are in conflict with one another. So we think it's a really interesting setting to look at. Well, it is an interesting setting, and it's increasingly, I think, teams are becoming more collaborative in their leadership structure. So what we do is we look at the leadership behaviors of the manager and partner and the effects this has on the performance of the audit team. The OB literature identifies two distinguishing features of leadership behaviors that lead to team success. One's called initiating structures. Initiating structures are kind of laying down the rules of whose responsibility is it to do what, the organizational structure of the audit, the timing, the plan, communication channels. We typically think of that as being done by the partner, but it might not be exclusively so. And then the other leadership function involves what are called consideration skills. And this is showing the team that you care for their well-being, you listen to them, and you work with the team on a more close basis, showing empathy with the team. So what we do is we find that these two skills are indeed very important, and what we find is the result is mediated through what's called team efficacy. And efficacy means simply, is this team, do you feel capable of doing the audit? And that's what we mean by efficacy. So it's a team assessment. How capable do we feel we are? And as the team feels more capable to do the audit well, then that flows through to the outcomes that we look at. And the outcomes in that study are, first of all, do you complete the performance deadlines in a timely manner? And secondly, would this team work together again? This is actually an important dimension, like it has to do with sustainability. Do people get along enough that they would like to actually work together again? So what do we find? Well, the most effective dyads occur when one or the other, partner or manager, has initiating skills and...
It's on the slides too.
Am I over?
No, it's good.
Oh, okay. You're just warning me that I'm going to be over soon.
No, I just want to put up the findings as well. It's also on the slides.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks. Okay. Lena also handles the technology side. She makes much better slides than I do. Okay. I need to talk to you, by the way, about my lecture, my inaugural lecture. Maybe you can help me with some fancy slides. Anyhow, so it doesn't matter necessarily which one has it, but you need to have both skills. And these dyads perform more effectively, meaning the teams feel like they would like to work together again, and they feel they meet the deadlines in a timely manner. Now, the really interesting finding is the best performance of all occurs when the partner has both skills. And Olaf calls, where's Olaf? Olaf calls these super partners. The partners need to have both these kind of organizational structure skills, but they also need to have these people skills that the team knows they're there and they care, and that those teams actually perform the best of all. Now, when I worked in auditing, it was a year or two ago, and I rarely saw an audit partner as a junior staff member. They were rumored to exist, but the only person that actually saw them were the client and the manager. The rest of us, maybe the senior, but the junior staff for sure never saw an audit partner, though we may have known his or her name, but that's about it. So I think things have changed, but I think this finding is consistent with organizations becoming flatter. The leadership structure needs to be more collaborative. It really is a team, and even though these are the leaders of the team, they need to have both these administrative skills to structure the engagement plan for the audit, but they've also got to have the people skills so that people know the leadership cares and they're interacted with them and they're interested in them. And so to me, this is a really important finding. I would think the firms should know this already, but if you don't, that's going to be the takeaway from this study. So those are two of the projects we've been working on. There's more to come, but thank you for your time and attention. Look forward to your comments.
So thank you, Jerry and Lena. Let me introduce the discussant. He's a nice guy.
No dark traits.
He just proved he's also narcissistic. So he's both commercially good but bad in performance. Is that okay? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway.
Hey, can I say something? Lena, you never told them how we measured performance.
It's based on
in the first study.
The performance measure is based on the audit firm's assessment of performance. So we use the internal audit firm data.
And then because different scales are used for different ranks and different firms, we standardize by firm within rank, in case people were wondering.
Yes. So, Marnix Pouw is the discussant. He's an audit manager with Deloitte and the leader of Deloitte's Global Young Audit Forum. And I know from class that he's academically curious. So the role of discussing this presentation is pretty much fit, I think. Go ahead.
Thanks, Olaf. And also, well, thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Lena, for this wonderful presentation, but also the great research. I think, well, personally, I found it very interesting to read and to hear those results. So in the next couple of minutes, I will try to take you on with a journey how I read this study and how I interpret these results from a practical point of view. So as Olaf already said, I'm a manager working for Deloitte now since 8 years. And I'll be, well, guiding you through the discussion of today, and I hope it will serve, let's say, all of you in some of the questions or the discussions, or maybe even the interpretation of some of the results. What I really liked about the study is that it looks both at the individual, so the personality traits, but also the combined effort. And Jerry, you were already referring to that, you know, that personal story of the partner never being there, who was that audit partner. I think, well, especially the young professionals have experienced that maybe themselves as well. In my early days of my career, I had the same feeling, but now being a manager for 2 years, I really know where they are. And they're really trying to, well, connect with the managers as, let's say, some kind of linking pin with the team. So I like the fact that you looked at the joint influence of the partner and manager working together and then influencing the team and the job performance. So yeah, it was something that I could resonate with personally from my own experience. So that was something that I really liked about the study as well. So when I was reading the results of this research and also listening to your outcomes, I thought, let me put myself once into the shoes of an audit leader, and my audit leader is there as well. Rob is there in the audience as well, and let me put in Rob's shoes. Really nice shoes, by the way, Rob. But no, I really like being in and think about what would I change based on these research outcomes if I was the leader of an audit firm. So here on the left side of the table, you see some of the dimensions and aspects that I looked at the research outcomes of this study. And for each of those aspects, I wondered, what do I see in practice? What is my own personal experience? Then I thought, what would I, based on that experience and knowing these results, what would I change? What would I do differently? And then lastly, I also think about what might be one of the challenges that come along when you implement those kind of changes. And to start with the left, or the top row, the team composition. So what I experience, and I think that for a lot of people here in the room that might resonate as well, I think our resource planning is predominantly based on industry knowledge, on your availability and your experience, right? Whereas I guess that also this research shows that to some extent it is important that you have different kind of skill sets, complementary skill sets, different kind of personalities on a team. So I think that is a value added that we could add to our daily practice, to add that kind of element of complementary skill sets to our daily audits. Obviously that might bring a challenge in terms of resource scarcity. I guess that everyone can resonate with that as well. If you read the newspapers or if you work in the audit practice yourself, we have a shortage of people, so we have less options or less people to choose. So there's not always an availability or option to, well, select the best people to work with on certain audit clients with certain kind of personality traits. Secondly, I thought about the training and training about, well, teaching some of those skills that you were referring to that some people are good at and some people can improve, and the other way around. So in my experience, that training is predominantly based on your job level, meaning your experience. And I guess that to some extent you also said, based on those research outcomes, it is important that you should consider, let's say, what kind of or what kind of skills does someone have and what kind of skills should he maybe improve in. So I guess that is also something that we then might add to the daily practice of adding targeted training to our daily work. I think another important element to take into consideration is also training on the job. I guess that we learn a lot of being an auditor doing that on the job. So I guess that also means that you have to work with people who have the skills, the same kind of skill set as you have, but maybe are a couple of years ahead of you, so you can maybe improve even the skills where you're good at, but also have the opportunity to work with people with who have skills which you probably are or can further improve, which you're not really good at. And I guess that obviously when looking at the audit firms, we have large audit firms, we have obviously smaller ones, we have a resource constraint, as I just mentioned, so we have to obviously balance that approach. So something that is a challenge that I can see, but I think we can overcome. Then I thought about the collaboration and habits, and I think that for most of you that goes as well, but we like to work with people who are similar like us. And that is something where we feel most comfortable with. So I think if we want to work with people who are different than us, have different kind of personality traits, or have different kind of skill sets as we have, we need to make sure that somehow we make this model a bit more objective into the daily practice. So making sure that we eliminate this bias of being a human being and working with people who you are, well, feel comfortable with working, because yeah, you look similar. And I'm wondering, and that might be one of the challenges when we practice this or implement this in our daily practice, is do we have such a model that can help us selecting who is good at what kind of skills, and then bringing that together into a good audit team. Then the last topic, and I think Lena, you referred to that as well, whether that's a good thing or not, and I call it the traditional audit partner. I guess that in the beginning you mentioned that you see an increase of similarity between, let's say, auditors when they move up the hierarchy. And in my opinion, that is not always a good thing. And the reason why is that I guess that we are now operating in a very, let's say, changing audit environment where we need to have different kind of skill sets, where the expectations are increasing. So that means that we have to have people with different kind of skill sets and bring them together. So being, let's say, that I call it a traditional audit partner, I'm not sure whether that's a good thing, but that's my personal opinion. Then I think you also mentioned that certain kind of personality traits impacts positively and negatively your evaluation system, performance evaluation system. So I guess something that we obviously want to do, if we want to take care of those people with different kind of skill sets, that we also need to assess them appropriately on those kind of skill sets. So what would I change? I would build in more room for unique characters into the performance evaluation system, and obviously into the personal development system. I think that one of the challenges that I also see in a daily practice is that you work most of the time with people who are, let's say, have had a career for already 16 years, or was on average in your study. So those people are educated for 16 years how a traditional audit partner should look like. And they might be biased to assess you as an audit professional to become also that traditional audit partner. So I think that there needs to be some objectivity into the performance evaluation system to make sure that we assess appropriately the unique characteristics of each individual. So that was my reflection when I read your research. And again, I really enjoyed it. So I think that leaves the floor open to the others to ask some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marnix. Hans?
Sure.
Oh, so first question. Who wants to go first? First Remco, then Jan.
Yeah. Thank you. This is actually very nice to have this presentation of a research with actual data. That's the good point.
So I kept putting far off about presenting this work because I wanted to be sure we actually had some data, and I was supposed to do this a year ago, and I said I don't think we'll. Well, then COVID came along, so it was a moot point. So believe me, getting the data, I understand Marlene's situation very, very well. It's really been a long process to get data. So. Yeah,
it's a long-term effect. We are the pipeline is filled.
Yeah. Question.
Lena, in your introduction, you especially mentioned the distinction between partners and directors, and even also mentioned that salary partners are treated as directors. What was the outcome in your study? Because in the results you only talk about partners and managers. Where are the directors? And the second tiny question, since all 10 contributing firms so far have participated, only Flint doesn't have partners, doesn't have the traditional partner structure. Where are they in your model?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's your question.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So, all the firms have different function levels, different structures internally. So we try to find like a standardized model that kind of fits to what we're doing as researchers. And so the partners here are indeed equity partners. And then, for example, for Flint, all of their partners are actually characterized as equity partners, even though they're in theory not, but they're at the highest level, and that's what we really wanted to capture with the partners.
We called them partners.
We called them partners.
For the purpose of the data.
And what we then also find, so in my discussion I focused on the partners versus the rest. So the effect, for example, with the leadership styles was really only there, or leadership skills was only there for the partners, so also not for the directors. So the directors are actually also in their personality traits still more similar than what we see, for example, as the senior manager level. And if we compare partners and directors, the difference really is in their leadership skills and in their technical ability rather than the commercial aspects. So the way we interpret this is that in order to become partner, you have already demonstrated that you have sufficiently high commercial skills, and then that what really sets you apart from the rest is how well you can lead a team and the overall firm as well if you're involved in broader roles. Okay. Yeah.
Robin?
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for your valuable contribution. I saw some, let's say, similarities with the whole discussion about diversity that's currently going on. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering, let's say, perhaps the personality of partners that are successful now may change as board members of clients, management say, would also become more diverse. And I was wondering, do you consider the same linkage? And the second question is, well, are there any personality characteristics that you would say will be stable, on a stable basis, enhance performance? Or will personality traits change among the time that make up a good partner?
Well, on the latter point, the idea is that these personality traits, empirically, they've been shown to be relatively stable by the time a person is in their 20s, into their 50s, 60s. So these are pretty stable over time, what we're talking about. They don't really get kind of fully realized until a person, becomes, let's say, through university. And then as you get older, maybe things change a little bit, but in a long period of working career, they're pretty stable over time. So we're not really saying you're going to change the way people are. It's more a question of recognizing what people are and figuring out how to best manage them.
Mm-hmm. And maybe to your first point, so I think it's very well possible that this characteristics change, audit partners also become more diverse as clients get more diverse. Unfortunately, we don't have the data for it, so if Pouw wants to run another round of this at some point down the line, you can definitely hit us up. So then, this is just speculation that they will become more diverse, but yeah, no data to show this further.
Thank you. Jan first, then Ralph.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the presentations. Really good. What I was wondering, how linear is this, right? Let's say that I have an extremely technically savvy person like Watson, right? Mm-hmm. Doing the audit very, very well and sees everything. Why do I need personality in that case? Isn't it the case that would be sufficient actually to make sure that a good quality audit would be delivered?
Well, the personality is innately an antecedent to the skill we're arguing. And so what we're documenting is that link does appear to exist. So if you wanted to be strategic about it, you might look at our results and say, here's a profile of who I should hire. So it'll give everybody a personality test. I don't think we're advocating that, are we? That goes against diversity, yeah. Actually. And we've not, actually, people have picked up on this subtly. We don't really talk about diversity, do we? But I think it's there as an undercurrent that it might be a good thing to have diversity, but with diversity comes management, a management complexity. Yeah, so I don't know if we've answered your question, but we're still thinking about this ourselves.
It basically was a good question if you can't answer it right away. So
no, it's yeah, no, it's a good question. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
We can talk it over
yeah.
dinner.
Yeah.
Yes. Ralph, he's by the way, Ralph is a technical. Can I say that?
Technical partner. Yeah.
So,
so I don't know where
okay.
Technical partners fall within equity partners, salary partners, and directors. But
do you actually have that label?
Well, of course, we have different labels. Basically, in our firm, we have more labels than a military organization. So that's quite
I just
impressive.
wondered if you actually administratively, yes, I'm the technical partner, or is it more informal?
No, it's not really that at least not in our billing, let's say.
Okay, you're off your question.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's more about this agreeable, indeed, trade versus the dark trade, which I really like the word. It's a kind of movie, and you see a dark trade, but I'm also aware of, in practice, of this whole process of performance evaluation and. Trying to agree on is it compliant, is it non-compliant, is it need improvement, and sometimes I see, let's say, partners with traits of let's say dark traits kind of elements really fighting for their performance scores, and sometimes they are successful, while other partners with a trait of an agreeable, let's say, trait are more coachable, more, let's say, acknowledging of the fact that perhaps something went wrong, perhaps in the long term, therefore more successful, but on the performance engagement level, they don't get this score. So is that something that you also are aware of, that these kind of processes can occur within firms?
Do you think the firm is aware of them sufficiently at your firm? Or is this done on a more case-by-case basis?
I don't think we have any, let's say, systematic.
There's no methodology. You're just.
Yeah. I think it might influence.
Yeah, sure.
The results on engagement score by engagement score level. And once you are in the process of evaluating engagement scores.
I think so. Our performance measure is actually the overall performance. So it's not an engagement level score. So it's not per engagement level.
It's their annual performance assessment.
It's their annual overall performance assessment. So hopefully they don't manage to do that for every engagement. But yeah, maybe this is something we have to consider in terms of some of the limitations in the data is that, of course, we don't know to what extent these people actively influence it. But we have a very large sample across a lot of different firms. So hopefully this is, or we at least, that's why we also use the internal audit firm data, because we think this is the most objective performance measure that we can get. So yes, it might have its flaws, but hopefully overall it does give us some indication of what's going on.
Thank you. So now, Rob, and just that you know, Rob is actually the boss of Deloitte Assurance, so the boss of Marnix, as well as of Ralph. So I'm not sure if the question is directed to you.
You can ask me all kind of questions. No. No, it's, the question I have, or a question perhaps, it's also a discussion around structure. This is all about teaming, and I think that you don't perform an audit as an individual. It's about teaming, and isn't it kind of an old-fashioned way we do audits in the Netherlands, that you sign with your own name instead of signing with the audit firm's name, which, in my perspective, would get another dimension into this discussion. So for me, it's a pity that Hanzo just left. But for me, we could also start a discussion, shouldn't we sign as an audit firm with technical partners, all kinds of partners and team members, which really address audit quality as a whole, instead of signing as a person, because then it becomes also individual ultimately, and you get all the dynamics.
Of course, for a large engagement, there could be hundreds of names on that audit report.
We do perform audits as a team, with large engagement, international, hundreds of people, and then one person has to sign. So for me, it's a bit old-fashioned. Perhaps it's back to the future, because we did have this in the past. But
really?
Yeah.
Well, it's an interesting idea. I just, like, would more names be more informative? I mean, at the end of the day, the engagement partner has that signing responsibility, so the junior staff, I'm not sure they really are accountable for the same level of activity as the signing partner.
Signing with
Yeah. Yeah, well, of course, that's an interesting question. I mean, there's some research that shows that this partner, I mean, in the US, the firms tried to stop this from happening, and they've kind of hindered it because you probably know this, that you actually don't sign it on the report, you file it with a PCAOB, and you have to go to a file with a PCAOB to find out who actually is the audit partner. But it's there, it's public record, you just have to track it down.
So you were saying that partner's personality is a good audit quality indicator, right?
So maybe we should have the personality scores too on the audit report. Yeah, okay, I like that.
So last question with Kathleen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting presentation, Lena and Jerry. So I was wondering, you focus on the Big Five personality traits model, which is a very well established in research. But the last years, you also see a trend towards adding a sixth trait, which is the honesty, humility. So the tendency to be genuine and fair, which is especially important in a team context. So I was wondering whether you thought about including that as well.
Yeah. We did include it. We did measure it in the survey, surprisingly. So first of all, this is statistics. Sorry for the auditors. Our data really shows that it is a 5-factor structure in our data, and the honesty, humility factor doesn't add any explanatory power. And even if I include it in the analysis, it doesn't show up. So I know there is the 6th factor, but yeah, for us, it's really the old traditional model of the 5.
We talked about this in the paper. So yeah, we're aware of that, and we're surprised, but it didn't load.
Yeah. Would have been nice to see that honesty is positive for auditors.
Would have been a good story to tell. It doesn't mean being dishonest is good, but.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for a great presentation, Jerry.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. So Marnix, where are you? Oh, Marnix, yes. Far unavoidable plank. So, okay.
It's a short trick of that.
Two announcements here. Two announcements. The first one is, if you want to register for the shuttle bus going to the Van der Valk Hotel and tomorrow morning back, you can still do so. But this is your last chance. And the second remark is that we now have a break with snacks. And I don't know, what time are we back? So 5:10, and better be back here, because then we have a live session of busy season talks.
Yeah, and I want to add, when you come in, just imagine that you are entering to a living room, right? So you are entering in a living room and you're back in half an hour.
Great. 5:10 sharp. Thank you.
It's really great, and it is an honor to me to actually announce that we have a busy season talks here. Over the last year, I've become a great fan of busy season talks, and why is that? In busy season talks, in the first place, it just says video kills the radio star. No, actually, these are radio stars, so they don't need video actually. But more importantly, when you think of purpose, right? I want to think of purpose. Everyone wants to think of purpose. Everyone wants to think of why are we here, right? And what are we doing? And they are really trying to think of purpose in the context of what are we doing as an auditor? Who are we helping? Why are we helping? How can we help? How can we help each other? How can we help the client? How can we help society? Really asking that question and then feeding that back to themselves as to, and how can we help in that? And I really think that is the greatest questions that are happening in the clubhouse, in the busy season talks, is really, really great. And today you can actually experience that live here. So I'm very proud that we have the busy season talks here. I will not introduce the participants here because Hakan is going to do that.
Yeah. Thanks,
I'm looking forward to that.
Yes, and I'm Charlie Groen. I will just quickly say that I'm replacing Wendy Groot, who is in your schedule for today, and unfortunately she couldn't be here to have this discussion, which would have been amazing because she's a PhD candidate herself at the VU studying root cause analysis in accountancy. So hopefully this will take place another next year maybe, but I'm replacing her. I'm working at PwC in the culture and behavior team and assurance, and I have a background in practical philosophy, so talking about purpose is one of my big hobbies. Yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah, today we're having our busy season talks so no PwC today. Let me first tell you something about busy season talks. 2 years ago during Corona, with my buddy Arif Tourson, we were very bored, and we started in Clubhouse because everybody was on Clubhouse and was talking to each other. There it started, and we thought, let's do dialogues about accountancy, not about the technical stuff, but only about work pressure, fun, other types of things, and that really blew up. So the past 2 years we already hosted 50 of these kinds of sessions digitally in Clubhouse. And we had 2 very large season finales with the Dutch profession, or the audit profession organization. And today we're a guest for the FAR, and we're very happy to be here. So what we will do is we will host this talk about half an hour with our guests, and after half an hour we will also ask you to ask some questions, because that's what we do in Clubhouse as well. We have interaction with our audience. Today we have physical audience. This is the first time though that we have actually physical audience. So let's see how that works in practice. So let me introduce my guest. Therese Gronet is assistant professor at Maastricht University and focuses on research on how auditors learn. Welcome, Therese.
Thank you.
Auke de Bos works at EY in improving audit quality and corporate governance as a partner and board member of the audit organization. He is also professor of business economics at Erasmus University. Welcome, Auke.
Thank you.
Mark Picher is a dean at the University of Illinois and specializes in behavioral research in auditing and financial reporting. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
Nice. And maybe to start off this session, all 3 of you do research in accountancy, work in accountancy. So to do research, you really have to have like kind of a love, a fascination for your subject. So I'm really curious, maybe also for all of you here, it might be interesting. What fascinates you about your research subject, about accountancy? Maybe it's good, Therese, to start with you.
So my love for accountancy has not been love at first sight, but it was more incidental. My background is in learning sciences, and you need a context to study where people learn, where it matters. And I was talking to my department chair in learning sciences, and another professor walks in and he says, "Oh, I just read this great book, Wim, you really should read it." And that happened to be the professor of auditing. And the connection was so nice that within 4 weeks we submitted a research proposal, and I haven't looked back ever since. So I've gotten to know auditing in the field more and more over the last 10 years.
And what was it about that book?
It was Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow, and
yeah.
it was all about how decision-making matters and how people build up knowledge in order to have good intuition when it comes to making judgments, when it's uncertainty, time pressure, those kind of things.
Yeah.
And that was the shared passion we had, and we felt that accountancy was a great context because people are professional, highly educated, driven, and at the same time there's a lot of uncertainty that is balanced out with regulation. So that's an ideal research setting for judgment and decision making.
Perfect. I hope we get into that a little bit later as well.
Yeah, okay, but yeah, thank you. And before I answer the question, first I want to compliment you, both of you, and I want to make a confession. Actually, I'm a fan of the two of you. I listen to business talks on a regular basis, and it's really great to be here. So yeah, that's really what I love and like, and that's also my passion is audit. I worked in the audit profession as an auditor. Before that, I was a full-time academic, and I'm now a board member. And I'm really asking myself, how can we improve audit quality in a sustainable way? And what are the actors impacting audit quality? And for me, of course, in the end, the auditor is the responsible individual, or the team, I heard also today. But then I also wonder what's the impact of other stakeholders, like audit committees. And in one of my latest articles, I made audit quality indicators more concrete for audit board members, or for audit committee members. And I think having a discussion as an auditor with audit committees, audit committee members, and what is really audit quality, I think then you can contribute to audit quality in a sustainable way, and that drives me.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Mark.
So there's a lot of reasons I enjoy studying auditor judgment and decision making. First of all, I find human judgment and belief formation just fascinating. I mean, if you really are honest, if we're really honest with ourselves, we're not entirely sure sometimes of why we make certain decisions and judgments ourselves. Mm-hmm. And we're really good at confabulating after the fact about how we came up with a judgment decision, some rational story. Another reason I really like studying it, though, is that my original undergraduate training, I was going to be, an auditor. I'm a Deloitte professor at Illinois right now, but I almost went, I was going to go with, it was at that time, not PwC, it was just Price Waterhouse. But instead I decided to step into academia, and that's where it was kind of, the whole idea I could study the psychology of judgment and decision making in this professional applied context was very exciting. Auditors do a lot of diagnoses. They're trying to sort out what is going on. Mm-hmm. But the dynamic environment they face is very complex. The pace of change is very fast. And a lot of the times, unlike for physicians, who I really admire, my brother and brother-in-law are both physicians, so it's not like I have any, tug of war with them in terms of, but the patients in an audit cannot be relied upon to be just faithfully saying how things really are. They're not sharing symptoms with, like a physician always. Now, a lot of times they are, but part of the job of the auditor is to sort out when that assertion is trustworthy and when is it not trustworthy, either due to subconscious bias or due to what we were talking about earlier today, fraud.
Yeah, and I hear you both talking about judgment and decision making as auditors, and of course we've also heard today that it's their time pressure plays a role. And the theory that you pulled up from Daniel Kahneman, thinking fast and slow, is really about how to make rational decisions, I feel also, right? How to actually not be driven by biases and all these kind of things, but to, I don't know, maybe please enlighten me. But how does that play a part? Like, how can we, in the audit, actually make good decisions? Maybe it's a bit of a weird question right now. We didn't prepare this at all, but now that I hear it, I'm intrigued. Do you want me to?
Well, I thought you were going to write them down the line, so yeah. So that's one advantage of going third. You can be, okay, how can I? Well, first of all, the Kahneman book, what's really cool about that book, there's a lot of things cool about the book. The Nobel Prize comes along with that territory. But it's how our intuition sometimes can lead to every bit as good of a conclusion as a deliberative, rational, and systematic approach, because we get overloaded with information so very quickly. But there are these subconscious biases that can creep in, and what we need in some respects is others to show us what those biases are. We can create mechanisms to check our own biases. You see this a lot, thankfully, in a lot of DEI settings right now, because we have a lot of subconscious bias, because if a person looks different than I do or thinks differently than I do, maybe I don't relate to them. And that's in that last paper we just saw, I was talking about how people become more similar as you progress up. But you also need other people. And that's where someone, if you can have a trusted friend or partner who can speak into you to spot that bias, that can be very helpful. It's sort of like, you know, you can go through these exercises, how I see myself and how you see me, and then I have blind spots. There's some exercises you can go through with that.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. It starts with that you realize that there are biases. And then within an audit firm, you must create an environment where people are realize that, and that they have time to reflect, have a time out, ask questions to each other. And also the environment where we operate in must be safe then. So people must feel themselves inclusive to ask also ridiculous questions, because in the end there are no ridiculous questions. So that's for me really important. So reflect, ask questions, and discuss with each other.
We also heard that, I don't remember which research it was, that partners sometimes have difficulty admitting that they're fallible. How do you say that? Yeah, that they have biases. To have a bias is basically admitting that you can make mistakes as well. We're not perfect. And we have this difficulty. How do you mitigate this?
Well, this is where my passion comes in. So I love to study the concept of learning culture. And a learning culture means that you are not, it's not only okay to ask questions or to admit that you don't know something, but it's actually something that gets rewarded and that gets encouraged. And we see from research that the chances are the highest that people in your organization engage in those behaviors that Auke mentioned, when the leaders are the first ones to show these behaviors openly. So discuss your own mistakes, be vulnerable, admit if you don't know, and then get your team with you to look it up and to figure out a way, consult that expert together to show that this is not only okay, but it's actually something that is part of the audit that is essential and no big deal. Right? It's just how we do things. And that can only happen if you see people that have more power than you actually do that and model it for you.
Yeah, that's good. Theresa, Mark, Auke, so what you shared, why you like this, you know, the scientific research is so great. And it's not only the boring audit topics, but all those interesting fields in behavioral research are coming in. So. This was a layered question of us, because you're now making also a commercial for all those accountancy students that hopefully also start researching, because we need this. Why do we need this? We really need those scientific insights to make our audit profession more relevant, to keep up with the expectations of society. And therefore we need qualitative scientific insights. And in order to realize that, sometimes when you look at the whole process in getting scientific insights, it can take quite long. I'm not very knowledgeable in how those processes works, but what I read is scientific papers, peer review processes. It can take very long until gathering the data, as we discussed this morning, doing the research, the conclusions. It can take a lot of time. And I'm myself an IT auditor, and we're really also investing in continuous monitoring technology. Why? To get real-time insights. And I would love to ask you as well, are there initiatives, goals to also realize this in the scientific domain, getting real-time scientific insights so we can stay relevant as an audit profession by using those insights?
Yes, maybe if I could start.
Sure.
There's some initiatives within the scientific world that you, for example, pre-publish a paper. You make it available to the public, it then goes to the review process, so that you don't have to wait for the entire process before the knowledge becomes publicly available. But I think that still doesn't quite address what you are asking for, because we as scientists communicate in one language and practitioners communicate in another language, and there's a barrier. And academic papers, let's be honest, are not going to bridge that
yes,
easily.
Let's be honest.
So I think the key is for us as researchers, but also for practitioners, to work together and to be engaged in the process of developing research together, that we are addressing questions that matter to practice, and that practice is giving us the information we need in order to answer the question. And if you see the research process as something that is more collaborative, rather than the researcher coming in, here are 50,000 surveys, please fill it in, and then we see you in 2 years. But you continue talking about, okay, what does this mean? Why do we want to do it like this? Is this something that matters? And you discuss the results as they come out of the research. If the research is well designed, the peer review process will add to the quality, but if it's well designed, and that's an important caveat, then the insights will still be relatively robust.
Is that happening now as we speak? Those kinds of processes where you directly pre-publish those kinds of results. So the audit practice, people like Auke that are in both worlds can really use those insights directly into the practice. Maybe Auke?
Yeah, and it's a very good question, because I also a bit struggling. How can we move the profession forward faster? And I can tell how we do that at EY. We have 5 phases. Innovation, first phase is the ideation. So we have hackathons, we have innovation leaders, etc., etc. We also are in close contact with the academic world. So there are a lot of ideas. And then that's the first phase. I think that's okay. Then the second phase is proof of concept. So does it work? So you test it with one of your clients, and if it's a feasible idea, then you move to the third phase. And the third phase is a pilot, a controlled pilot, an experiment. And there I think we should work more together. Together with the regulator, with the companies, the preparers of the financial statements, and also the users, because we do the pilot on our own, and then we conclude, okay, it can work, and we bring it to the next stage, and that's certification. And then the last stage, the 5th stage, is then the adoption and implementation, which is also very hard, because there's the behavioral part. And then I get back also from practice, how does it work? How can I be sure that in the end I won't get, for example, findings, or that I come up with an audit opinion that is not right, or there is a mistake, that I made a mistake. And because we are a regulated industry, there is a kind of fear, you could say. So I think if we work together in the third phase, then we could maybe bring ideas faster to the market.
And what's currently the biggest challenge in that working together? Or maybe it's easy and we just don't do it, but...
I think today is a good event to sit together with the academic world. And later we will have drinks, and that's also a good moment to interact with each other and to see whether we can bring ideas to practice. And I saw some other assurance leaders, so I think excellent. Such an event can help.
Well, I guess what I would add, and then I have time to think about this, I think I would agree with what has been suggested. But the first year of a doctoral program really is coming up to speed with the literature that is already there. And we've done a little bit of that with trying to have practitioner-oriented literature reviews. Maybe we could still do better, because most of us who write those things are still speaking academic speak. So I think, it's a little dangerous to take any firm action, especially in methodologies you can't change on a monthly basis, right? You have to be discreet going in. So you want to take what the arc of the literature is showing, and then, yes, at the margin, individual studies like some of those we saw today can be helpful at the margin. But and some of these, the data are incredible, and that we saw in the last study. And then Marlene, once yours is all in the tank, you'll have great data too. And but even so, what you can do from a practitioner from any one study is a little bit, risky. What I would say, interpret that one study through the informed eyes of the overall literature and what you know as a practitioner. And that's what's beautiful about a 45% practitioner, about 55% academic audience. In the States, we're very happy to get, 20% practitioners. And we do get involvement of regulators, but that's when the PCOB has their own conference. So I was really pleased to see that cross-pollination here today. Yeah, I think also I really want to echo, most of us in this room are a little bit, as academics, even a little bit strange as academics, in the sense that our research is very applied. You know, a lot of academics are doing research that's much more basic. So we're eager as applied, most of us social scientists, to do something that has relevance not only to theory,
so
but
you're
to
saying
practice.
we are already, the scientific accounting researchers are already doing quite well if you compare them with them.
Well, in terms of having a research agenda with an eye towards impacting practice is much more common among audit researchers than among, you know, physics people, for example, chemists.
Yeah, because it has no direct, doesn't have to be a direct effect on the business. It can be something else. So usually this is also impacting the objectivity of researchers in the practice. They're already oriented towards questions that can help the practice. So I'm wondering, what type of scientific questions, if you just had all the freedom, you can have all the data.
All the data, all the financial funds.
What questions do you think are relevant to research?
Tell me your deep, dark secrets.
Yes. No, but are difficult because the interests are not aligned with what the practice might think they need.
Can I jump in on this one?
Yeah.
This is a rare environment here in the Netherlands. That's one reason that this is like the 5th time I've come across, you know, the pond. It's because there is a vigorous attempt by both academics and practitioners and also regulators and FAR to try to get to some real answers. It's very invigorating. Now, how do I keep? One question is, how do I keep things objective? Well, the data are the data. This is actually kind of a cool way of doing research, because one of the biggest things you worry about in science and scientific researcher bias is when they themselves collect the data. So I do like the idea that the data are not collected by, you know, me and my co-authors. They're collected by different firms, and then different firms independent of one another. So it's really a unique way of collecting data that you see here that you don't see in a lot of other venues. There was one other aspect of your question. Oh, I am doing some research right now where I'm really curious. So I've taught auditing for like a couple decades. It's all the gray hair suggests that. But I haven't been able to answer some simple questions for my students, like, you know, how often does an audit result in material adjustments to management's net assets or revenues? Is this like a 20% of the time thing, or is this like does this happen every time? And is it brinksmanship where everyone knows I'm going to have to get an adjustment, so management puts some things out there, the sacrificial law adjusting entry? You know, how does this? But we really haven't gotten basic insights like that. When I want to do research like that, for objectivity's sake in the United States, not here, it's a different project, I purposely didn't go through a couple of channels that you could, like something called the Center for Audit Quality. You know, it's a great organization, but I didn't want my academic friends or public at large to think, well, how was this sample selected? So I really wanted to maintain control over a random sampling, surveying process, not to subject our studies to increased criticism, not that it would happen, but to the criticism that this was a carefully cultivated sample, and lo and behold, you know, audit is great. So you do what you can to keep objectivity high.
Thank you.
Yeah, at this moment I'm not a full-time academic, but if we would have all the data from the audit firms, I would say I also wish for all the data from the tax authorities, from financial institutions.
Okay, let's say it's possible.
Yeah. And then I would go back to Hanso, but he's not there anymore, and he really asked us to how can we detect fraud, or better in a better position to reduce the number of frauds, because that's really serving society. And it would be great if in 5 years' time we are back here at the conference, sitting here, and we could conclude that because of we linked the dots, so we worked together within the chain, and we were able to reduce the number of frauds. That would be great. So that's a dream.
Yeah, that's a very nice dream. Amazing. It's also would contribute to the relevance of our profession. Yeah. Teresa?
For me, I think what I would love to be able to do is to measure all of the things we want to measure about audit quality from now on to the next 20 years. Because then, if we were able to get right, I'm not asking the liaisons to get started and to overload them. If we were able to do that, what we could check is which factors actually matter over time. Because now we try to model causality by doing experiments, but not everything can be manipulated. I can't ask you if you had grown up in China, how would you react to this specific situation, right? I would actually have to have people with realistic experiences, and I would want to follow what that does to their knowledge development, their judgment and decision making, regulatory context. What does that do over time? And how do those factors play together? If I could do that, that would make me very happy for the next 50 years, because that would be enough data for the rest of my life.
Yeah, the data is a recurrent topic. But maybe let's go to.
Oh, I thought maybe somebody already has a question. But if
let's do that. I will. The room. Let's do. If we're like in Clubhouse, the room is open for questions. So we have a mic there.
Just wave it, and we'll continue.
Exactly, because we had more questions. In the meanwhile, if you raise your hand, you will get the mic. A la Clubhouse. So
normally it's not very active. A lot of people asking questions.
Exactly. Maybe let's start here again, Therese. What is your most recent interesting insight in accountancy that you would like to share?
The most interesting finding I had is we have, again, the longitudinal thing. So 6 years ago, we asked 100 auditors how they felt about their learning culture. Are they supported in asking questions, being vulnerable? And how important do they feel that learning is to themselves? And then after 5-6 years, we went on to LinkedIn and we checked who's still there. And we related those results to each other.
Wow.
And we found that if anyone had told me 5 years ago, this is how I feel, I can be more than 50% sure if you're still an accountant,
seriously?
Yes or no. And now the good news, if you work in a very supportive learning culture, people stay. If you do not, the people that leave first are the ones that like to learn. That means if you don't put effort into creating a good learning culture, you are stuck with the people that don't really mind either way, so they don't reflect as much, that may not ask as many questions. So there's two effects.
That's terrible, right?
Your words, not mine. But so you have two effects of not taking care of your culture. One is people may leave you because they are not getting what they crave. And you may end up with those people that are not as flexible, as interested, as open to experiences, in Lena's words.
So, yeah, good message. So this one definitely will be on LinkedIn. So everybody can get familiar with this one. Okay.
And I just want to react to your story because I think for the audit profession there are 3 Ds important. It's about digitalization, we already discussed it a bit. It's about durability, or I choose durability instead of sustainability, so I can say the 3 Ds.
Okay.
And it's about diversity. And diversity is not only about gender equality or people from a different background, cultural background, but it's also having people, professionals from other studies into the audit profession from another profession. So, and was already referred today a couple of times. So we need data scientists, we need climate experts, forensic experts, philosophers, and so it would be really interesting how we can do that. How can we fix that, and what will be the impact? And all of us also here, because we then also have to see how we can facilitate that people from different background, another study, can enter into the audit education and also make it attractive for them. So that would be really for interest for me, to me, and that could help your problem you were signaling.
Exactly.
Yeah, so can I jump in real quick on a
Sure.
Mark?
Not long, but first of all, I think tomorrow Jasmine's going to have some work that's going to complement a lot of what you were talking about, Teresa. But I guess one of the very exciting findings recently in some of my work is that very experienced auditors can detect deception at a rate far greater than chance. It's just that because of the way audits are often done, and because, ironically, of the focus, direct focus on fraud, that it really kind of clams up that ability. To unlock that ability, you want them to focus on something more innocuous. cognitive dissonance. But that's a fascinating finding in and of itself, that seasoned audit partners have this capacity to detect deception on the fly during earnings calls. You can actually have them underline, that's worrisome and that's not. So it's very fascinating, because if you know this research on detection deception, humans are not better than chance. That's typically the finding. Very encouraging finding. How do we unlock that talent?
Well, yeah, thank you, Mark. So let's do it like in Clubhouse. Ferry, can you quickly introduce yourself and ask your questions to one of our guests?
Yes, thank you, Hakan, for the conversation. I really like it. My name is Ferry. I'm working at Deloitte as a manager, but I'm not an audit professional, but a project manager. And the question that I have for the panel is, do we learn enough from other sectors? Because we only tend to look inside the firms, etc., but I think there's a lot more to learn from other sectors as well.
Yeah, I work in a department of learning researchers, so I focus on accountants, but I have colleagues who focus on pilots, on engineers, on chemists, on all kinds of different domains. And one thing that we have borrowed from them is a technique that goes into what Auke was saying earlier, that's called reflexivity. Taking a strategic time out, like, okay, where are we? Where do we want to go? Are the actions we're currently taking getting us there, yes or no? And we've seen in experiments that it helps teams to have more relevant information, to evaluate risks better, and to come to better founded judgments. So we are starting to borrow, but there is a lot more potential to borrow from. So especially in aviation, I think, that are also dealing with time pressure, just that there people die, right? That's the upside of auditing. But they have developed so many techniques that would be fascinating to trial and to see what they would do behaviorally with auditors.
Theresa, do you have other professions where we can, which can inspire us? So aviation?
Aviation definitely, and the medical field as well. So this could be, you could look at emergency rooms that are judging risks, right? Who's dying first? Who do we need to adjust to? But also you could look at how they treat their specialists and how specialists interact to come to a diagnosis. I think that could be very interesting for auditing too.
The only one I would add is, and it's a bit of a lost art, because I don't want you to confuse today's popular media with this, but it's the old school investigative journalism. There's that art and science is actually very can be very helpful for auditing. And we've learned a little bit from it, but this whole idea of what does it mean to be, how skeptical should I be? How do I take actions that will enable me to calibrate my beliefs to my actions in that space? The journalists who take that role very seriously, and there are of course many who do, but it's probably not what's on the, forgive me if you're on a big 24-hour news cycle.
I think we can do better, but let's give you an example. I visited an hospital twice. Once as a board member to see how a specialist operate his department, and what I took away from that before they start to operate the patient, there's a timeout, and they ask the question to the patient. I thought that's a good, interesting idea. We are going to implement that EY. And then I got an accident, I broke my arm, and then I was in the hospital, and I also had to get operated. And they asked me all the kind of questions, and I thought, yes, now definitely we have to do that, because I had the idea, okay, we're going to implement that, but then I thought that's really a good idea. Before you sign the audit opinion, just pause and say, okay, are we sure? Is this?
You did not break your arm purposely?
No, it was not on purpose. It was COVID time. I went biking and I thought I'm sportive, but no. Yeah.
But medicine is really good for showing you how, if you worry too much about checklists, I know you don't want auditors to have a checklist mentality, but that does not mean you do not want checklists. Checklists are a huge quality control, and we got that really a lot. Medicine, you can end up taking the wrong kidney out or something like that. I mean, basic things. Checklists are very important. It's the mentality that you got to avoid.
Yeah. Are there any more questions from the audience? 5 minutes. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Let's get the mic over there.
To be honest, I like this more than Clubhouse. So we're throwing the mics here. Can you please introduce yourself and ask your question?
Sure. So my name is Gos Overal. I work at PwC as a BI specialist. I have a mathematics background, so not an auditor. One thing I was just thinking about, the way that I do my work usually is that I try to make myself not necessary for the job. I try to automate everything away and then I do something else again. And this also relates to kind of maybe your research, I think, because you research things that are effective and then you say to the practice, please do this. And then the practice says, oh, another thing I have to do, right? And then maybe, do you also do research where you're trying to find out things that they do that are not effective? Right? Because
it's a great question.
Because then that frees up a lot of time and you can do more. So
What can we stop doing? Who wants to take? Because we have like a.
That's a great question. I don't.
Last answer.
I'll let that sit a bit, but I don't have a great answer because I do see that as another bolt-on to our methodology, and I worry about. And businesses have the same thing, so I worry about what low-value, tasks we could get rid of. I have to think more about that. I don't have a. That's a. Yeah.
It's a
we
really
could talk
good
about
question.
Co-authoring later or something. I know that's a good. How about?
Anybody else?
Not spontaneously, no. So,
I think,
good question. Yeah?
That's a great question.
That's lovely. I think. Well, we need to stop doing this because our time is up. I feel right. So, yeah. But thank you. Thanks to our guests.
I don't want to. Can I say something? Just 10 seconds. Is that okay? Here's why we need to get this right. Here's why the profession needs to continue to be trustworthy. Accountants are already in the top 5 or top 6 of all profession trusted. About 42% of society thinks of accountants, auditors being very highly trustworthy. But business executives, whether they're really trustworthy or not, society does not trust. Only 17% of society trusts corporate executives. And if we mess it up, who's going to come and try to clean it up? In the United States, it's Congress, and no one trusts Congress. Only 8% trust Congress. So you need to maintain this pole position and expand the lead. That's all.
Yeah, thank you,
Beautiful.
Marla.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. All right.
I think I want to thank you for feeling, I really felt at home. I really felt as I was sitting in the living room, and I really liked what you've been doing, in this panel. Right? I think I speak for everyone. We learned a lot from it. So thank you very much, and you did actually exceed the expectations.
Wow, my pleasure.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for this.
Right.
And
thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So you have to say cheese.
Wow.
Cheese. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you well.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you well.
It's nice to meet you and talk with you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have a next. Oh yeah, that's you. No.
Die was alleen om mijn oma te bellen.
I'm going to get punished by Joop because, anyway. So, there's this dilemma. There's this dilemma of every programming committee. So, what do you program just before dinner, at the end of the day, when even Auke already announced the drinks? Who do you program? Well, the research with the most impact of last year. And that's done by Chibbe Bosman. Let me introduce you. So next up is our colleague and FAR PhD program student, Chibbe Bosman. You may know Chibbe already from one of the youngest CPAs, RAs graduated in the Netherlands. Yeah. You may know Chibbe from PwC, here in the Netherlands or at Munich. And you may know Chibbe from his time with FAR, giving the data gathering a boost and all the secure data gathering and the controls and talking about controls and controls. So more recently, Chibbe started to focus on his academic career, and that's where, you know, his PhD program comes in. So sadly, we only have him for half a day a week at FAR, but still he's very valuable to FAR, and he's at the University of Amsterdam. And this year, Chibbe has made impressive impact with his research with co-authors on auditors' issuance of going concern opinions, not on personality research, but on going concern, in collaboration with the Dutch professional body of accountants, the NBA. And his results were presented not only in Dutch profession, not only in Dutch politics, but also at the European Union, talking about impact. So, before I give the floor to Chibbe, because he and his discussants, where's Marnix Kalkman? Oh, hey, hi. In my left corner. He and Chibbe agreed that they will kind of informally see who starts when. So let me introduce Marnix as well. Marnix Kalkman is a senior assistant with Mazars Audit, right? And he too is a member of Mazars, or of the firm's Young Profs Board. Good to see you at Nijrode again, Marnix, and I'm looking forward to your discussion together with Chibbe. So Chibbe, have I raised expectations enough? Okay, I'm sure you can meet them. The floor is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Okay. Well, thank you for the invitation, and thank you, Olaf, for the kind words. Olaf is, by the way, also my PhD supervisor, co-supervisor together with Jan. Where's my presentation about? My presentation is about bankruptcy and auditors reporting in the Netherlands. And we all based this on public data. And there was a collaboration between the Foundation for Auditing Research and pretty much also the MBA. And that link got also made by Jeroen Bellinga of PwC, who is the FAR liaison at PwC. So that was our basic link. What can bankruptcies teach us about auditing? That's a pretty basic question, right? Why bankruptcies? Why not another topic, Bosman? What we see here is Mr. Lodewijk Pinkoffs, and he was at the start of the organized Dutch auditing profession. There was a gigantic fraud scandal in the 19th century, and that kicked off the formal development of what is now the MBA. So it all started with a bankruptcy. The auditing profession is way older, right? The oldest written texts that historians have been able to found are relating to bookkeeping, tax systems, and also audits, right? The Catholic Church already had in the early medieval centuries auditors. But in the Netherlands, it kicked off the organized auditing profession with this balance scandal. And the question really is, and here also Limburg's theory is relevant, where we see the auditor as the trustee of the general public. And the pretty basic question I'm asking, and I come to that in the end of the presentation, are auditors living up to that expectation? Does the general public benefit from the auditor's role in society? Well, why bankruptcies? So Statistic Netherlands, our official statistic agency, estimates the damage from bankruptcy at 4.4 billion euros each year, and that's about 0.7% of GDP. And going concern is also an important and recurring topic on the policy debate, on all different kinds of levels. And the CTA, Marlies de Vries and others, also said, well, discontinuity should get a bigger and more recognizable role in the audit. But what does that mean, right? Improving or extending the scope of the audit and the responsibility of the auditor is a potentially very expensive measure. So what do? Well, let's first get our facts straight, right? How did auditors do? We didn't really have good data sources on that, and therefore we decided to collect them ourselves. That's what we did. This is something I learned from Mark Pietscher. It has been a paper in like 3 of the doctoral courses I took, and the main research trap here that Mark also told me, well, do not rush to the explanatory research stage. First, get the facts straight, really understand what we're doing. So what did we do? We did a very basic descriptive study. I'm an auditor myself, I can take stock, I can count, right? So we pretty basically easy did that. What were the questions we were addressing? And this is joint work with Merel van der Kuip and Wim Jansen in cooperation with the working group where Ferry was also part, Yuri and a lot of others. How many GCOs were there? How many going concern opinions do auditors issue? I had a discussion at the Dutch Trade Register, some senior people over there, and they say, yeah, but that's extremely rare that the auditor makes this statement. The question is, how rare is it? How many GCOs do we see? How many bankruptcies do we also observe? How did these entities file prior to bankruptcy? And how did management disclose discontinuity risks, right? And also, which audit opinions were filed prior to this bankruptcy? Because that's the critique, the fundamental critique on the auditing profession, right? A company goes bankrupt, the auditor didn't warn. Where was the auditor? Why wasn't the public warned beforehand? What is the societal damage here from these bankruptcies that are under mandatory audit regimes? And here's the interesting thing with bankruptcies, that we actually have some pretty good proxies for it. And also, how many entities with going concern opinions go bankrupt? An issue in practice with issuing a going concern opinion to your clients is that some auditees argue this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you, auditor, give me this opinion, my creditors will lose faith, the bank will lose faith in my business model, and I will need to file for bankruptcy. Based on the macro data that we have in the Netherlands, is that true? How likely is that on a macro level? Here we see the percentage of statutory audit opinions, so everything under the AFM supervisory regime with going concern opinions. And this is by year issued. We see a gigantic peak in 2020, 2021, and that's of course very likely due to the corona crisis. So last calendar year, of all statutory audit opinions issued, in about 18% did the auditor warn about material uncertainty relating to going concern. So it's quite a lot. But also before the corona crisis hit us, we see an increase in the number of going concern opinions that auditors are issuing each year. Auditing is an applied field. Mark just also told us, right? These are real audits done by real people at real companies. So let's look at the data a little bit closer. What did we do? We collaborated, also thanks to the MBA and to the FAR, with company.info. It's a big data provider in the Netherlands. Bureau van Dijk Moody's, Center Data helped us a lot here. And we have data over more than 208,000 organizations in the Netherlands. And we looked at, okay, how many of those actually go bankrupt? And how many of those were on the mandatory audit regime? We find 572 bankruptcies that are on the mandatory audit regimes. So that's 0.3% of all yearly statutory audits in this period. What are the entities that go bankrupt? Manufacturing, construction, and retail. That are the main industries that we find. Well, how did these entities file prior to bankruptcy? What we see in the data is that 1 year before bankruptcy, that's the big red line on the left, they pretty much go dark, data-wise. So before the bankruptcy, based on the trade register, based on public info, we don't see that much. And that's also, as a researcher, quite hard, right? Because if I have missing data, my statistical program just throws those observations out. But in practice, something's really happening there. The question is what's happening there and how does it work? But also 3 years prior to bankruptcy, we already see that only 64% comply with the filing and regulation requirements. And one of the big issues in the Netherlands is that we don't enforce filing of mandatory financial statements and audit opinions. I'm also an auditor in Germany. In Germany, it's enforced by the courts. I had audit engagements where every day that there was no audit opinion, that would cost the client more than 2,000 euros a day. All of a sudden, the audit was very important to the CEO and CFO. So a whole different kind of regime. So what we see is the information gets worse and worse as bankruptcy approaches. We also kind of know that, right? This is not a big contribution to the literature. On the right, you see our data. You see a gigantic spike just before the filing deadline and also just after. And on the left, there's some work by Robin Litjens and Jeroen Suis, who are also involved with some FAR projects, who pretty much also find the same, right? There is a cost to filing financial statements, right? Because the competitor is also reading the financial statements. And firms generally don't like to disclose everything. What do we find? Well, the cool thing is that we looked at all these filings and we also looked at the insolvency collector who then dissolved this entity, right? Who did the bankruptcy. And if we really look deeply into the financial statements that do get filed, we find a lot of draft financial statements and a lot of companies disclosing that the reason that they were not able to file audited financial statements is because the auditor raised an issue, which is actually, I think, a good message for the auditing profession. And here on the right, we see something from, it's in Dutch, because the Dutch court system works in Dutch, from the report of the insolvency collector to the court. So here we see from, okay, well, in this case, at the insolvency of Max, there was a retail company, clothing company, Deloitte actually already issued a warning. The issue here is, this data is unstructured, so it's hard for stakeholders to find this information, right? You need to read through all of it. And some of it is not public, right? Here Deloitte disclosed it in a management letter to management, but they were not allowed to tell it publicly, right? Also due to confidentiality. Next question, right? Accountancy is based on that management makes an assertion and the auditor audits the assertion. Well, then the question is, what was management assertion, right? Did management disclose something related to discontinuity risks? And of course, this is a sample where in the end, everybody goes bankrupt, right? This is how we set up the study. In 70% of cases, and that's also to team in 3, management discloses nothing, right? If we look into the financial statements, there is only that the financial statements were prepared based on the assumption that the entity would continue as a going concern. So that's also a problem. Which audit opinions were filed? This is what we find in the data. We have 184,000 almost statutory audits in this period, and from AFM data we know the opinion of 142,000 of them. We find 572 bankruptcies, and we still find 369 audit opinions filed 2 years prior to bankruptcy. If you look just the year before the entity files for bankruptcy, we only find 62 audit opinions out of the 572 that go bankrupt. Here's the bad news for the auditing profession. Of those audit opinions issued, the majority of those, 39, did not include a warning relating to discontinuity. Also including voluntary paragraphs, key audit matters, stuff like that. There were just clean audit opinions. Within 12 months, the entity goes bankrupt. That is not necessarily wrong. There might be information after balance sheet date that makes that the entity needs to file for bankruptcy. There might be a war in Ukraine somehow. That puts the entity at some real risk, and that happens after the audit opinion was issued and the entity needs to file for bankruptcy. But on the macro level, this is kind of bad news, right? When we start the study, we would expect that the auditor was warning way after, right? As we see that the base rate of going concern opinions in normal years is about 3%. Well, they are kind of wrong, or at least that they don't need to file for bankruptcy in most of the cases. What is societal damage? The cool thing is that we have for all these bankruptcies, information from the courts. And at the courts, the insolvency collector needs to present from, okay, what was the debt affected by this bankruptcy? And also broken down to certain stakeholder groups. What we see here is a top 25 based on those filings. And there are some pretty big also fraud cases included. For example, you see in place number 5, Eurocommerce. There was just a financial statement scandal. And Nijhoff, the auditor that did not issue a going concern opinion, also went bankrupt on it, right? Nijhoff is not an audit firm anymore. A lot of auditors that also signed these reports are convicted by the Dutch Court for Professional Auditors. But there is some interesting stuff here. We see a huge amount of debt affected by these insolvencies, 11 billion euros. And if we look at the largest bankruptcy here, they didn't even have a Dutch auditor. There was just some strange opinion filed by EY Zurich. The trade register didn't pick it up, nobody enforced it, the insolvency collector was the first one to flag it. This company was non-compliant, and this is an issue. We raised this issue also at the quarter makers, we raised the issue at the European Commission, at the NBA, So far there is no progress on the issue. If you do not file financial statements in the Netherlands, you're obliged to do it. The first one who caught you is the insolvency collector. What do we find with the societal damage proxy? The numbers are very relative. And the bankruptcy of an organization subject to mandatory audit, that's a very rare event. Only 0.3% of audits actually go bankrupt. But a small number of very large bankruptcies do affect society the most. And as one of the working group members at the MBA put it, one Carillion case can change everything, also in the perception of society. A lot of the work of the auditor, society cannot really see. How many entities with GCOs go bankrupt? The cool thing is we have data from the AFM on all audit firms and how those audit firms report on the GCO numbers that they have. Assuming that we have all bankruptcies under mandatory audit regimes, we can see how big on the macro level is the risk that if you issue a going concern opinion, that you actually end up in bankruptcy. There is a 99%, at least in this period that we're looking at, likelihood that if a GCO was issued 12 months after balance sheet date, the company is actually not bankrupt. We very well know from literature that there are consequences to going concern opinions. We know that the cost of capital is higher. There might be restrictions, there might be other consequences. But at least in these instances, not a bankruptcy. The going concern opinion is invisible at the Dutch trade register and their standard information that they share with us. So here on the left you see auditors of BDO issuing a going concern opinion to a company that actually goes bankrupt. On the right side you see the information that the Dutch trade register is selling to information service providers and to banks. Here they say, oh well, it was just an unqualified opinion, no issues here. Where if you look in the actual opinion, there was an issue. I talked to this with the Dutch trade register. They say, yeah, but it's such a small instance of things, we do not track that. So I think they're also an important issue. So what are the main conclusions of this descriptive study? The legal obligations to provide data are not complied with by organizations in many cases, at least in the Netherlands. Essential information that needs to be provided by management, for an example, how do they assess the risk of discontinuity, is missing from financial statements that are filed. And the audit opinion is also missing from a lot of financial statements. I don't have a lot of time, so I will speed up a little here. So this is all descriptive, right? This is not a huge contribution to the academic literature. It's more practical. What actually happens? What do we observe? Now the question is, okay, what can bankruptcies teach us about auditing and also the auditing scientific literature? Well, what Stichting Beroepseer likes to say here in the Netherlands is that the auditor is at the table for those that are not on the table, at the table, right? The auditor addresses a public interest. We have mandatory audits in the Netherlands, unlike the US for private companies. And the Netherlands decided to use the highest EU thresholds for mandatory audits. The question I'm asking myself here, is mandatory audit requirements associated with lower bankruptcy damage? So I would expect that a mandatory audit requirement is associated with lower debt by insolvencies. And I would expect that there is an important preventive effect from needing to hire an audit. I would not go into the details here of the argument. And here also the question, who benefits most from the audit? I would expect the common public to be the main beneficiaries of the audit, right? From the insolvency reports, I can observe who has most damage, right? Were that the tax authorities? Were that the preferent creditors? Pretty much almost always the banks. Or was that the common good? So I collected data on independent groups and just above and also below the threshold. And I looked at from, okay, was it a mandatory audit, yes or no? And was it audited? And I run some regressions. The interesting thing here, that the year before bankruptcy, nobody voluntarily hires an auditor or at least files an audit opinion there. That's just something that we don't see. What do we find? So if I run the regressions with as a dependent variable the claims as reported by the insolvency collector, the claims then divided by government, preferential claimants that are the banks, or the unsecured claimants, who benefits most from the requirement of having an auditor? Based on this data, it is, as also consistent with Lindbergh's theory and also the basis of the audit profession, that it is the general public that's most likely to benefit from the auditor, at least if we operationalize it this way. Variable of interest is here, was there a mandatory audit? Even though we don't have a lot of filings prior to bankruptcy, the good thing is that the insolvency collector needs to report on that. So you have a reliable measure over there. And the insolvency collector has an incentive to say this needed to be audited, because then the board of directors of a company is liable for the damage. And this might actually solve part of this puzzle, I think. But there is some pretty preliminary result analysis. It might actually be the audits that were not finished that are beneficial to society. And I would close it off there and give it to Marnix.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you all. I'm Kalkman, already introduced by Olaf, and nice to be back here. I was some of the students in this classroom a few years ago, so nice to be here again. And thank Chipper for this presentation. We start this afternoon with a speech about fraud, and we end with disclosure issues, and I think these are both important parts for an auditor. Both has a really impact on society, and actually also what is stated in this paper and what Hans van Beuskom already stated, we have to do something extra as an auditor. And this is also nice to her because I'm an auditor in practice, and yeah, I have to do something extra in the future. In this paper, it is stated that going concern issues is a quite really rare event. Most of the other firms who are audited didn't have a clear opinion, and only 0.3% of the companies went actually bankrupt. And if you take a look at this the data, it is also skewed because it means that only a small part of all the companies are caused of the social damage. And the social damage is really big. It's 4.4 billion US dollar at that. In such cases, from my audit perspective, there are two things important, both reliable information, but also timely available information. And I think in bankruptcy cases, it could be a clash, a conflict. If we identified going concern issues, we have to request management for additional information like additional forecasts for cash flows, what can go wrong in scenarios, what if scenarios, and all these additional audit procedures takes extra time. We do that because we want to have reliable information for our opinion. On the other hand, society have no access to information. The last information they have is on the public Chamber of Commerce website. So, from a research perspective, I'm wondering what is better, or what is the optimal balance between reliable and timely available information?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, which I did not do any research on yet. But the question is fair, right? So if you look at the slides, this is what we really observe. So for a lot of companies in T-3, and we even have issues that's like T-6 or T-7, that is the latest set of audited financial statements. And in the meantime, there's just nothing at the Chamber of Commerce. The first thing that we see in a trade register at the Chamber of Commerce is the bankruptcy filing. And I personally think that's an issue, but it's a hard issue, right? Because auditors get information because they're under client confidentiality. And can auditors really disclose something relating, or should they disclose something relating to impending bankruptcy risks?
Yeah.
I think experimental researchers could help us way more there. For example, Sebastian Sternkorp, my colleague at UvA, who also did a FAR PhD, he works a lot with experimental markets, and I think research in that area could teach us a lot here. Yeah.
And during your presentation, you talk also about the policy in Germany.
Yes.
They are very strict, and you have to fill the audited financial statement within, I think, 12 months.
Yep.
It's the same here in the Netherlands, but data shows us that a lot of companies don't do that. What do you think? Is there a relationship between timely filled financial statement and a decrease of the social cost of bankruptcy? Because 4.4 billion is a really huge amount, but I think there's no one reason to solve that problem. Is there a reason that this causality will decrease those costs?
Yeah, I mean the assumption behind the legislation is that public, timely, reliable information helps us with efficient allocation of capital, right? And get rid of zombie companies that wouldn't survive anyhow, and allocate capital to companies that will survive. I think what is a real issue in the Netherlands is the access to information. If we compare the Netherlands to Germany, to Belgium, to the UK, but also, for example, to US-listed companies, financial statement information is not that structured in the Netherlands or in Europe. I think Europe would benefit from having one single EU trade register where XBRL is also implemented. XBRL is not completely, fully implemented in the Netherlands right now. That means that a lot of companies just send a very badly scanned document, sometimes even only on the second page, to the Chamber of Commerce, and that's all you can find, right? And I think that's a real issue. It's a practical issue, but it is an issue, right? And also the banks and also Moody's, right? Van Moody's we have been talking to relating to going concern information. They say okay, we really would like to get that data point, but the issue that we see is that they only have information on oh yeah, here it's in Dutch, it was only unqualified opinion. And so far the KVK is refusing to incorporate the information here on the left in the information that they sell to data service providers. I think another issue is that the KVK claims property rights on things that companies file. So as a company you need to file financial statements, and then the Dutch trade register said, oh yeah, but now it's my property, and everybody who wants to read it needs to pay me a fee. I think that's a very inefficient solution for society if you want to allocate capital efficiently.
Okay, thank you. Well, not my last question, but I had one other question which really intrigued me. You said that in 29% of the cases, management had to disclose that there was some bankruptcy or bankruptcy situation.
But or at least a risk. Yeah.
At least a risk.
Yeah.
And only 0.1% of the companies went ultimately bankrupt. And I thought when, for instance, when I'm a manager and I think I'm not clear, there's not 100% chance that the company will bankrupt, I want to make the choice that no disclosure will take into my financial statements. The data shows something else. Is there something reason for that?
Well, I mean, the limitation of this study is that it's set up pretty basic, right? We only look, okay, it goes bankrupt, yes or no. There are real consequences to going concern opinions, right? And of course, managers are worried about them. And managers are also worried about how society perceives them. And they don't like these warnings, right? We know that their cost of capital will be higher, or they might need to have a restructuring, or the special debt department of the bank might be visiting them. So I think it's useful that the managers are worried about going concern opinions. But the assertion that because the auditor issues a warning, the company inevitable needs to file bankruptcy, we do not see that on the macro level.
Interesting. Well, that were my question. Maybe there are some other questions from you.
Questions? Oh, Lena.
Lena.
Oh yeah.
I don't have any co-authors here, so...
Does this work? Okay, hi Tribbe, thank you
Hey,
for your
Lena.
presentation. And yeah, a lot of striking and quite shocking numbers, I find. And I was wondering, so this relates to COVID, whether you've replicated some of your results with like completely excluding COVID, because
Yes.
you show that yeah, a lot of them don't, or that management often doesn't disclose anything about uncertainty, and unless they were some magicians, they probably couldn't have foreseen that COVID and this pandemic is about to hit. And similarly, you show, if I remember, it was like 99% actually don't go bankrupt. And also in the COVID pandemic, we had a lot of financial support from the government, so did this just delay the bankruptcy
the
part?
99% is excluding the COVID years.
Okay.
Because to calculate the 99%, I want to know also 3 years after that, the period for which that going concern opinion was issued, what happens 3 years after?
Okay.
We ran the study last summer, so then we couldn't include the COVID years yet. And
Okay.
Yeah.
And also for the first one with the disclosures, that does not include any because that was 3 years prior, right? So,
Yes. Yeah.
so that number also doesn't include the COVID years?
Yep. We ran them both, including those years.
And do you find differences in the?
I need to look into the paper. The conclusions are similar, and I'm presenting the results without the COVID cases.
Okay, thank you.
But it's a good question, because there was an effect, and actually some legislation even changed relating to filing periods and requirements. So a lot of companies also were not required to file within 12 months. Marlene.
Okay, well, thank you for an interesting presentation, lots of numbers. I have a question, maybe I missed it, but in one of your slides, you were talking about all these companies that do not file or issue their opinion.
Yep.
And if I remember well, you had 572 something bankrupt companies.
Yes.
And only 60 or something had filed a report.
Yeah, 62 for the last
and then
fiscal
only
year.
39 are actually having a GCO.
No, 39 didn't have to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I was wondering, and then maybe I missed it in the middle, 572 to 60, 72 to 62, that's like 510 companies.
Yes.
Isn't that in itself a signal that
Yeah, there might be
basically
an
there
issue,
is
absolutely.
crap?
Yeah.
So actually, you know that in 500 and something 40 cases, you have a warning?
So you would interpret it, the missing audited financial statements as the signal to the market or in society from there is an issue here. And I think you're correct on that. And I think that also speaks to what I found in the regressions, right? So what I found in the regression is that having a mandatory audit, but don't having the auditor report there, that's the top row where I find the effect. So I think that is the case.
And maybe if you check for those who in the upper echelon, probably the rate of not having an opinion will be much, much, much lower.
That is related to size.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, and then I control here for the size, at least at team in 3, so 3 years before bankruptcy. And indeed, you're right. It's lower for larger companies, and it's way higher for mid-sized companies around the threshold. Yeah, good question. Yeah.
Frank over here.
Frank.
Yeah, hi Chibbe, thank you
Hey.
for your nice presentation and some interesting numbers. So I was wondering, there's a lot of discussion about the relevance of the audits of financial statements of the smaller companies.
Yes.
And you also mentioned that, a large party to consider are the regular creditors. Did you also consider how they collect their information regarding the financial condition of their customers or their suppliers?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I mean, to answer that question, right, I would need to survey financial statement users. And Robin Liedjes actually did some interesting research on that with click data. So he collected some, or he has access to some private information of the Dutch Trade Register. Yeah. And with the click data and the cookies that people have on the computer, he kind of can make a profile from, okay, who actually reads this and that. Oof. So that's not something that I'm looking at here or want to make a contribution to, but...
Because it might be interesting to also have a look at how credit analysts obtain their information.
Yes,
because you might argue that they don't use the audited financial statements, but get their information from other sources.
Absolutely, and that's something I did actually in the hypothesis, which I kind of quickly skipped. I mean, the government can send their own auditors, right?
Yeah.
Their own tax auditors. And they also see monthly tax filings and payments. So they can way faster spot an issue, right? And I think that's also something where Auke says, I want access to the tax authority information. It would be pretty cool because that could help us flagging issues earlier. And we see a smaller effect from the government from mandatory audit. And if you look at the preferred claimants, right, so it's pretty much the banks, they have issue in all the payments of a company. And they can also send their own auditors.
There's already a lot of red flags to consider.
Yes, yeah. So the beneficiaries look to be the unsecured creditors. Yeah.
Oh, Frank. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
I was just wondering if it's able to to identify how many bankrupt firms they get involved in lawsuit, fraud, or misstatement. Then you can see whether a mandatory audit can constrain sort of those issues.
That's a very good question, and that's something that we are looking into. So the good thing is that the disciplinary rulings for auditors, right, who are convicted by the disciplinary court of auditors in Zwolle, that information is public. And with some databases of news articles, stuff like that, and some diligent work with research assistants, we might be able to link that information. So that's certainly something that we are looking at. Yeah.
Okay, somebody for the last question? Willem. Please.
Chibbe, thank you for the presentation. As always, very dynamic. Lena said something about shocking numbers. The 4.4 billion that you mentioned.
Yes.
That's the initial amount of the bankruptcy, right? That's not.
No, so that's for the entire economy.
I know, but that's the initial amount that was
the estimation behind the 4.4 million. So that's also partly so Statistic Netherlands does that, I think, every 4 or 5 years,
right?
Together with Rolf de Wijs, who is a professor in insolvency law in Amsterdam University.
The insolvency officials, they collect.
Yes, and that's net of what the insolvency collector collected.
That's the net.
That's the net.
Okay, what do you compare this with? This is this is a 10-year period, right? So you would add up all the liabilities of all these. The 4.4 million was based on estimation did in 2015. And they go into all the court filings with a gigantic team of data collectors. I think they employ 10 or 20 people. And after half a year of work, they come up with this estimation. And this is for just 1 year then?
This is yearly, yeah. So our economy loses 0.7% of GDP yearly to damages of bankruptcy. But it's inherent to our capitalistic system, right?
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chibbe. And also for you, the best bites by far.
Thank you, Olaf.
Thank you very much. Marnix, thank you for your great discussion. Applause for you as well. So talking about shocking numbers, eh? Talking about shocking. I forgot he was a German auditor. Now we know what a German auditor is. You know, telling us how the system should work, right? Okay, so with that, we close the first day program. But before I invite you for barbecue and drinks, I would also like to stress and invite you for tomorrow's session, because we are only halfway. And we have some interesting stuff coming up with Jasmine Chahed tomorrow morning as the keynote, with a panel discussion with the quartermasters and the... where's Edo? Oh, he's preparing for tomorrow's panel discussion. I asked him very difficult questions by Jan. We have Jasmijn Bol on culture. We have Frank Moers on a very intriguing question. You know, how can we prevent the loss of talent? Something I'd like to know. So please stay around, come back tomorrow. But first I'd like to invite you for drinks and barbecue. And now what follows is the most important instruction of today. if you want to find drinks and barbecue, follow the following instructions. Yeah. No, do not follow me because I will be late. Yeah. So, go down the stairs, make a right. With the doors, go right again. If you hit the library, go right again. If you hit the gymnasium, don't go right. Go left. No, go left. So 3 times right, 1 left. Can you repeat that? 3 times right, 1 time left. Okay, you will find it. Thank you very much for day 1 and I hope to see you at drinks or tomorrow. Thank you very much.